proposed to be rescinded in special messages transmitted to the Congress by the President on June 3, 2025, in accordance with Section 1012A of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 2 outstanding students from West Shamokin Junior Senior High School, Abra Zielinski and Elena Gorley, who earned top national honors at the Future Business Leaders of America National Leadership Conference. FBLA is a nationwide student organization that prepares young people to become community-minded business leaders through career development and leadership opportunities. Their annual leadership conference brings together over 11,000 students from more than 2,000 schools nationwide to compete in career and leadership building events. Well, in Anaheim, California, Avril placed 6th in public speaking, and Elena placed 7th in career exploration. West Shamokin FBLA chapter, founded in the fall of 2023, has quickly made a name for itself and has proven that small rural schools can leave a big mark on the national stage. Mr. Speaker, I applaud both Avril and Elena and the entire West Shamokin FBLA team for their leadership, hard work, and bright futures. They make their school, their community, their Commonwealth, and this Congressman very proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Pasquotank County Emergency Medical Services for earning the prestigious 2025 Best in Category Award for Health from the National Association of Counties. Out of 157 entries, Pasquotank County EMS was recognized as one of the best health programs in the country and the only winner from North Carolina. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Pasquotank County EMS, like many counties, faced a serious shortage of paramedics and emergency safety workers. In response, they developed an innovative tiered response system, allowing ambulances to quickly respond to emergencies while paramedics provide essential support when needed, improving their service, making it faster and more efficient. Pasquotank County EMS is a shining example of hard work, innovation, and dedication. Congratulations to each and every one on this remarkable honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from East Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Love Thy City event held in Tyler, Texas, a community-wide initiative that reminds us that service to our neighbors does not start in Washington, D.C. It starts in the heart and in the home, and it extends to every corner of this earth. Organized by local citizen leaders, churches, nonprofits, and volunteers of all ages, Love Thy City is a day of service to others rooted in the great command to love our neighbors. That's a principle that transcends politics and parties. It transcends race and gender and every other perceived difference between us. It is our shared responsibility to care for everyone around us, just as the Good Samaritan did, not because government would tell us to, but because the love of Christ propels us to. Whether it's cleaning up a park, helping a neighbor in need, or simply showing kindness to a stranger, Love Thy City challenges us to use our act of faith to lead by example and invest in our communities, not just with words, but with action. This is what makes East Texas strong: faith, service, and a deep love for God and for others. I'm proud to honor this effort today and to recognize all those who give their time to love their neighbor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our children are under attack. $6.8 billion in education funding, dollars appropriated by Democrats and Republicans. It's frozen. Funds that should have been available July the 1st. In Pennsylvania, that's $230 million. Resources, including summer programs and teacher training, hang in limbo. Abington School District, my alma mater, is missing more than $250,000. Some schools may be able to function while the president's latest whims play out in court. But as is the case with most of his orders, Trump has stolen the most from those who have the least. Norristown School District, just 15 miles from my district of Abington, is owed 3 times as much, more than $750,000 in federal funds. This is not about government efficiency. It is about greed, incompetence, and cruelty. When Secretary McMahon testified before the Appropriations Committee, I asked her, "Why are you in this job?" Her response, "I want the best for my family." Not all families, her family. When Republicans tell us who they are, Mr. Speaker, we should believe them. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in honor of the nation's 249th birthday, House Republicans delivered the largest tax cut in our nation's history for middle and working class families, strengthened the farm safety net, and voted to get our country back on track. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act gave a lifeline to the agriculture community by updating reference prices, expanding crop insurance, and saving millions of family farms from the death tax. The relief was long overdue, and we're grateful, but the work doesn't stop there. It is past time for Congress to pass a fiscally conservative 5-year farm bill, including support for agriculture research and development. We've seen the devastating impact disease outbreaks can have with the HPAI virus, and now we must continue to take steps to prevent the new world screwworm from reaching our borders. The Big First District is home to crown jewels of the animal health corridor, where world-renowned research happens, positioning the United States to focus on disease prevention rather than outbreak control after the fact. By investing in agriculture research, we strengthen our food supply chain and, in turn, our national security, all while providing the best and most effective return on taxpayer dollars. We cannot afford to put our food security at risk by not prioritizing adequate investments in animal health research when we pass the next iteration of the Farm Bill, and I would urge this body to get this right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized.
The Israeli government has deliberately blocked food, medicine, and fuel from entering Gaza. The entire population of Gaza is experiencing famine, and 500,000 Palestinians are facing catastrophic levels of starvation. At least 66 Palestinian children have already been starved to death. Maybe if my colleagues would close their eyes or pretend that they're not Palestinians, that they would care that Palestinians have been forced to eat grass, human beings, animal feed, while thousands of trucks carrying food sit blocked at the border. The Israeli government is using starvation as a weapon of war. Now the Israeli forces are deliberately shooting and killing starving Palestinians lined up for food, and the responses by the Israeli government doesn't add up. 875 murdered in 6 weeks alone. The so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, backed by the Israeli government and the Trump administration, is a deadly sham. The United Nations calls it a death trap. The Israeli soldiers have even admitted it themselves that they were ordered to deliberately shoot unarmed Palestinians, many of them children, calling it a killing field.
Gentleman's time has expired.
This is not a game, Mr. Speaker. These are human beings. And if colleagues need to close their eyes again and pretend they're not Palestinians to care, then maybe they should, and we would stop this madness and stop supporting the genocide in Gaza.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to shed light on the broken permitting process, which creates roadblocks to unleashing American innovation and development while costing more taxpayer dollars with basically nothing to show for the expenses. The Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023 attempted to change course and imposed a 2-year deadline and 150-page cap on environmental impact statements. However, the Council on Environmental Quality reports that 61% of environmental impact statements still take over 2 years to complete. The other 2 branches of government are taking actions to inject some regulatory common sense into the process. President Trump's Unleashing American Energy executive order directs federal agencies to confine NEPA analysis to applicable law. And in May, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously on narrowing the scope of NEPA. It's time for Congress to take a bipartisan, bicameral action to fix the broken permitting and regulatory laws so that America can thrive. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the AFL-CIO and to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today is so-called the culmination of Crypto Week. The AFL-CIO has sent a letter to every member saying that these bills are an attack on working families and they will score your vote on these issues. Vote no on both bills. This is what Trump had to say about crypto before he learned he could make money from it. The bills we have allow the president and the vice president to sponsor cryptos. That means they can print their electronic monopoly money. China is buying 300 million, and Abu Dhabi has agreed to buy $2 billion of Trump coin or Trump stablecoin. It allows for bailouts by the Fed. Jay Powell won't bail out Trump coin, but the next Fed chair will. It allows for the purchase with your U.S. tax dollars of Bitcoin or Trump coin. And the third bill says innovation is wonderful, except if the U.S. government does it. Vote no on all three bills.
Expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
That's unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today here on the House floor of the United States House of Representatives to recognize an extraordinary American and a dear personal friend, Mr. Roy Drinkard of Coleman, Alabama, who just celebrated his 105th birthday this past weekend on July the 12th. Born in 1920, Mr. Drinkard is a proud veteran of the Second World War and who served his country with courage and continue to inspire all those who know him. And he is the oldest living Marine in the United States of America. After the war, he returned to Alabama and built a legacy as a successful businessman, civic leader, and helped shape the growth and character of Coleman, Alabama, as well as the state. At the age of 105, Mr. Drinkard remains active in his business. He still serves on the Board of Trustees at Troy University, demonstrating that age is no barrier to leadership, to commitment, or to purpose. Mr. Speaker, Roy Drinkard is a living example of American grit and grace, and my wife Caroline and I are proud to call him our friend. I ask my colleagues to join me in wishing Mr. Drinkard a very happy 105th birthday and in thanking him for a lifetime of service to his community and to his nation. May God bless Roy Drinkard and his family, and may God bless the United States of America. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Luna Higby, the daughter of my friend Brian, back in Westchester County, New York. Luna is a delightful 6-year-old girl, but she has already endured bullying simply for looking different. Luna wears an eye patch and glasses to treat her amblyopia. Mistreatment by a few peers has made Luna want to reject her treatment. Disney Pixar has recently released the movie Ilio, about a boy who is wrestling with his insecurity and a longing to belong. Representation matters. Research shows that seeing someone in the media who mirrors your experiences boosts self-esteem supports identity formation, and reduces stigma. Imagine how it might feel for Luna seeing a character who wears an eye patch, someone like her. Isn't that more likely to help keep her and her patch to feel proud, to feel seen? As someone who grew up with strabismus and experienced teasing firsthand, I know how much it can hurt. We must teach our children that differences are not deficits, but paths to empathy and connection. Mr. Speaker, I invite my colleagues to join me in sending Luna a message of inclusion. You belong, you're valued, and you matter to America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the member from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, good morning. Pursuant to House Resolution 580, I call up the bill H.R. 3633 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 134, H.R. 3633, a bill to provide for a system of regulation of offer and sale of digital commodities by the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, in lieu of the amendments in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committees on Agriculture and Financial Services printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-6, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of House Report 119 through 199, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Agriculture or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. After 1 hour of debate, it shall be in order to consider the further amendment printed in Part C of House Report 119 through 199, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be considered read. Shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in this bill in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong support this morning of the Clarity Act. We've been here before, Mr. Speaker. Just last year, we passed landmark legislation, Fit 21, with an overwhelming bipartisan majority to apply strong federal standards to digital asset markets. For more than 5 years, our committee has heard from dozens and dozens of experts, held numerous roundtables and hearings with market participants of all sizes in all segments of the market to learn more about the emerging digital asset ecosystem. We learned about the value proposition and relevant risks associated with digital assets and the use of blockchain technology. We've heard time and time again from market participants and regulators about the need for clear regulatory guardrails. We've talked about the need to fill those regulatory gaps that have left millions participating in crypto markets vulnerable. In fact, Mr. Speaker, both President Biden in his Executive Order 14067 and President Trump in his Executive Order 14178 identified those market regulatory gaps, asking Congress to act to fill those gaps. And we certainly witnessed in 2022 consumer harm when the Financial Services Committee heard unprecedented testimony from an expert called in to clean up the failed digital asset crypto firm FTX and the mess it left behind. In his words, never had he seen such an utter failure in corporate controls. In its wake, then Chairwoman Waters wisely stated, "We need legislative action to ensure that digital assets entities cannot operate in the shadows outside of robust federal oversight and clear rules of the road. If we needed action then, we certainly need it now, and we risk history repeating itself, and that's why we gather today on the House floor. After years of bipartisan work, numerous iterations, this bill would apply rigorous rules to digital asset firms, prohibiting commingling of customer funds and requiring capital, record-keeping, and conflict of interest mitigation standards. Importantly, the bill recognizes that decentralized finance, or DeFi developers, do not take custody of user assets, nor do they control user assets. Therefore, we should not treat them in the same way that we treat centralized actors who do have custody, who do have control over assets. It's important to note that in an Agriculture Committee hearing, the former General Counsel of FTX USA himself testified, quote, "Had we the regulatory structure provided for in clarity applied to FTX," close quote, "the story would," and he goes on to say, "would be almost certainly have been a much different ending." Let's ensure that we learn from the past, Mr. Speaker. The digital asset ecosystem is evolving at a remarkable pace, enabling real-time settlement of peer-to-peer transactions, initiating a renaissance in applied cryptography, laying the groundwork for the next generation of the use of the Internet. The United States has long had the most innovative financial and technology sectors and the deepest, most liquid capital markets. But while other jurisdictions are building frameworks for the future of finance to be on-chain and digitally native, our great country, with those great characteristics, is lagging. For too long, our digital asset regime has been the worst of both worlds. Regulation by enforcement, which has pushed good actors to leave the United States, and the regulatory gaps that I talked about identified in both President Biden and President Trump's executive orders that have left consumers unprotected from the bad actors. Now, today, we have an opportunity to reverse course and establish the United States as the global hub for digital innovation. To do so, we must close the regulatory gaps with common sense rules. The Clarity Act does just that. By leveraging the expertise of our two market regulators, the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodities Future Trading Commission, to ensure wrap-around oversight of digital asset markets from initial sales, raising capital, to daily trading, it provides clarity for banks also engaging in this ecosystem. And as we said in the last Congress, Mr. Speaker, these rules need to be fit for purpose for the digital ecosystem. Now, all of us on this House floor know that the status quo is simply unacceptable. We all know American consumers and innovators deserve this clarity, deserve better, deserve rules of the road. The choice before us is whether to lead in the financial markets of the future or watch the next FTX fail while we're left saying, once again, well, we've been here before. I urge all my colleagues to join me on both sides of the aisle and support the Clarity Act. Let's fill these regulatory gaps with the proper federal oversight. Let's create a competitive digital ecosystem. I support this bill. I urge my colleagues to, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Crypto Week has been going so well, hasn't it? Mr. Speaker, that's because bailing out billionaires is hard work. I look how hard Republicans worked to strip health care from 17 million Americans, shutter rural hospitals, and take food assistance from 12 million people just to hand the richest 1% of Americans a tax break they don't need. No one should be surprised that the Republicans' next order of business is a $1 billion handout to the president himself. In just 6 months, President Trump has enriched himself and his family to the tune of $1.2 billion, and that's just the beginning. President Trump used to call crypto a scam. In 2021, Trump said, and I quote, "Bitcoin, it just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's another currency competing against the dollar," end quote. Melania was actually first to get involved in the crypto ecosystem. In January 2022, she announced an auction of her non-fungible token, or NFT, collection. Trump then followed suit in December 2022, launching his own NFT collection, ditching his concerns about crypto because he saw it as a way to pad his pockets. Now, during the campaign trail, Trump ramped up his crypto involvement. In September 2024, he and his family launched World Liberty Financial, a crypto trading platform. So days before the inauguration, Trump launched his meme coin, which he later used to offer access to the White House to the highest bidder, foreign or domestic. But his family's crypto empire hasn't stopped there. World Liberty Financial launched a stablecoin called USD1. And shortly after that, the Abu Dhabi-backed investment firm MDX bought $2 billion worth of Trump's coin to make an investment in Binance. Trump's family has also launched a Bitcoin mining operation and multiple crypto exchange traded funds, or ETFs. All of this comes at the same time that the Trump administration has taken away the independence of the financial regulators like the Securities and Exchange Commission. He issued Executive Order 14255, which now requires all rules written by the financial regulators to be reviewed and approved by, guess what? The White House Budget Office. This means this bill would hand over to the president the ability to write the rules he wants to advance his crypto operations. Not only that, but under the Trump administration, the SEC has said that meme coins, stable coins, and Bitcoins mining all do not fall under their oversight. Can you imagine that? Do these assets sound familiar? Oh, yes, they do, because these are all ventures that Trump and his family are pursuing. Now, with no oversight by Wall Street's comp on the beat, that is the SEC. Surely, each of you can see how this is a blatant conflict of interest, right? Well, Democrats do. It's why I introduced the Stop Trump and Crypto Act to ban the president, vice president, and all the members of Congress from crypto corruption. If we do not ban elected officials, including the president or vice president, from this crypto corruption in H.R. 3633, each of us will be complicit. And yet, even if we included language to stop the crypto con, this bill, which should be called the Calamity Act, is bad public policy. Plain and simple, the bill would lead to increased investor harm, plant the seeds for the next financial crisis, and endanger our national security. Just last week, the former chairman of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission warned that this bill would allow traditional companies like Apple or Google to evade securities laws. They could walk away from the disclosure, anti-fraud, liability, and corporate governance protections that investors have relied on for 90 years. And the bill blocks our state regulators from protecting seniors against fraud in crypto. Additionally, the Calamity Act does not address illicit finance and other crimes commonly seen in the crypto space. It does not provide nearly enough direction to agencies, which would be required to match the level of financial crimes and noncompliance seen in the industry. Nor does it provide sufficient funds for federal agencies to examine and enforce these laws. For all of these reasons, I strongly, strongly oppose this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to include in the record the CBO estimate for this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to an essential leader in our committee, the chairman of our committee that handles financial technology, digital assets, and artificial intelligence. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stahl, recognized for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank Chairman Hill for all of his hard work on that, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of the Clarity Act. I think two things are clear. First, the digital asset and blockchain technology are leading the next wave of financial innovation, and we need to make sure that that innovation is occurring here in the United States of America. Second, under the previous administration, the United States failed to enact a regulatory framework that's aligned with the realities of the technology and adequately protects consumers. Today, the House has an opportunity to meaningfully improve the status quo that for too long has been marred by uncertainty and regulatory enforcement. The Clarity Act establishes a workable, forward-looking framework. The Clarity Act provides and ensures the markets operate with transparency, accountability, and strong consumer protections. Today, our laws leave digital asset developers guessing which regulator in what jurisdiction, and what even compliance looks like. It's not bad for business, it's bad for consumers and bad for U.S. competitiveness. Without action, we'll continue to see innovation move overseas to jurisdictions that are providing the legal clarity that we, thus far in the United States, have failed to deliver. Mr. Speaker, what we want is innovation and developing not occurring in boardrooms and law firms in the United States. We want them occurring in basements and dorm rooms. Ensuring the United States leads the Web3 revolution isn't a partisan issue, it's an American issue. The Clarity Act legislates in a thoughtful way in a rapidly evolving space. The Clarity Act protects consumers and fosters innovation. Today we can lead not by accident, but by design. Let's send a message that America intends to lead in the golden age of digital assets. Mr. Speaker, I support the Clarity Act and encourage my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentlelady from California for your leadership on this issue. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 3633, the so-called Clarity Act. I believe this misguided legislation will have devastating impacts on our financial stability, national security, and investor protections. While my Republican friends claim that this bill will regulate the crypto market structure, in reality, it eviscerates the longstanding history of investor protections that have made our markets the envy of the world. Most importantly, this bill, this push for crypto will not end well for the U.S. taxpayer. This bill will lead to the next financial crisis, and the largest crypto donors who wrote this bill will walk away unharmed, because the worst aspect of this bill is that Republicans have repeatedly refused to include a single amendment preventing a federal taxpayer bailout of the crypto industry. That's what this bill does. Additionally, this bill includes zero provisions to prevent the president, who has a $620 million conflict of interest from continuing his ability to accept emoluments from foreign governments like Abu Dhabi, and I urge my colleagues to vote no and protect the American taxpayer. I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 2 minutes to our majority whip, who has been an absolute essential, early, focused policymaker in the digital asset space. Mr. Emmer of Minnesota for 2 minutes, please.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United States stands at the forefront of the next digital renaissance, a transformative shift towards a decentralized, peer-to-peer digital economy. For many years, innovators and investors were forced to operate in a legal gray zone while agencies jostled for regulatory superiority over the digital asset ecosystem, leading blockchain developers to pack up and move abroad. The Clarity Act fixes this by creating regulatory guardrails tailored to the unique attributes of blockchain technology while giving users and developers the confidence to engage and innovate in this ecosystem. Gone are the days of arbitrary enforcement actions and regulatory turf wars that only hindered the development of this groundbreaking technology and drove capital overseas. This bill gives market participants the confidence to build, invest, and grow right here in the United States of America. We are proud to have the Securities Clarity Act included in this legislation. This provision provides market certainty for innovators and clear jurisdictional boundaries for regulators. Subsequently, elements of the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act were included, clarifying once and for all that digital asset developers and service providers who do not custody consumer funds are not considered money transmitters. Importantly, the Clarity Act will help further decentralize our financial system so that Americans can forego intermediaries and transact directly with each other. Having this choice will fundamentally transform the digital economy and unlock new opportunities for innovators, investors, and consumers around the globe. I want to thank Chairman Hill and Chairman Thompson for their leadership and for working with us to include our 2 bills in the Clarity Act. The United States has an opportunity to lead and deliver on President Trump's promise to make America the crypto capital of the world. We cannot and will not fail. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, who is also the vice-ranking member of the Financial Services Committee.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing you need to know about the Clarity Act is that it is designed to destroy U.S. capital markets. U.S. capital markets are the envy of the world because investors like putting their money in them. They are the envy of the world because we provide robust investor protections when people put their money in them, in part through the Securities and Exchange Commission. And yet the Clarity Act would allow companies to raise up to $200 million without any disclosure, without any transparency, just by tokenizing their security. But let's be clear, putting a security on the blockchain doesn't make investors safe. It might make money for the crypto industry. I know you all like that. It might make it possible for the companies to temporarily raise more money from dumb investors because they don't get that protection. But if we stop protecting investors, why would investors put their money in the stock market? They will abandon the U.S. to go to places with a better risk reward. I understand we got a lot of fraud and grift in the White House. I understand you are a big fan of fraud and grift in the White House, but we don't need any more. Let's protect Americans' hard-earned savings. Let's protect markets and not just make crypto bros richer. I urge a resounding hell no, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, the vice chairman of our full committee, Mr. Heisinger, who's been a long-time advocate for reform in the digital markets.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that. From the chair, the digital asset ecosystem currently operates in a fragmented regulatory environment that lends itself to significant challenges for both businesses and, more importantly, investors. The ambiguity in classifying a digital asset either as a security or as a commodity has led to confusion, legal uncertainty, and ultimately consumer harm. American innovation is a critical element of job creation and economic opportunity here in the United States. Congress must look to preserve this competitive advantage and not let it leave our shores. By passing a comprehensive market structure framework, responsible actors will now have greater certainty and consumers greater protection from bad actors. This bill establishes a regulatory framework for digital assets that aligns with our existing financial markets while accounting for the unique characteristics of digital assets. Mr. Speaker, our markets are the envy of the world. American innovation is a critical element of job creation and economic opportunity here in the United States. Congress must not cede its responsibility. I urge all of my colleagues to support this important legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute and 15 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute and 15 seconds.
I submitted many amendments to rules, as did other Democrats. They made only one in order. I will not be offering it because in the absence of the other amendments, it's really not useful. This bill is an attack on working families, which is why the AFL-CIO says no, and they are scoring it. This bill prohibits Congress members from sponsoring cryptocurrencies because of the obvious corruption and conflict of interest, but it allows the president to create electronic monopoly money. And who's buying? Abu Dhabi is buying $2 billion of Trump stablecoin, while the Chinese interests behind TikTok are buying $300 billion worth of Trump coin. And that's just what we know about. There's a lot we don't know about because cryptocurrency literally means hidden money. It allows for bailouts under Section 13.3 of the Federal Reserve Act. Jay Powell won't do it, but the next guy will. And Congress won't stop them because crypto spends more in super PACs than any other industry by far, 5 times more than the combination of big oil and big pharma. It allows for the purchase of Bitcoin and Trump coin, and Trump has announced that he's going to do just that with our tax dollars going into his crypto. And finally, this creates the perfect financial tool for drug dealers and for tax evaders.
I yield to the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for 15 more seconds.
It creates the perfect financial tool for drug dealers and tax evaders, because every time a billionaire cheats on his taxes, a member of the Freedom Caucus earns his wings. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of our Subcommittee on National Security and a longtime policy advocate for reform in our digital markets. Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Chairman. The ability to move payments or digital tokens that represent other assets person to person without a third party, any intermediary, across any space digitally at the speed of light is part of the reason this industry was created. So what do those tokens represent? Either securities, commodities, real-world assets. We've needed a bright line test since this market began to decide who regulates them. I introduced the first piece of legislation on this back in 2018 called the Token Taxonomy Act. Think of the harm that could have been prevented if we had that bright line test all this time. And the other essential component is self-custody, the ability to control your own assets. You can't go person to person if you have to go through an intermediary without a permission. So it does that. It does just what we need to do, just like cash. We finally have market structure in place with this bill. I hope the Senate delivers the same structure soon, and we get the certainty the markets need. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, who is also the ranking member of the Small Business Committee.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this bill. It is ironic we are debating a bill called the Clarity Act when it offers no clarity on one of the biggest issues in crypto, the blatant conflicts of interest inside our own government. Since returning to office, President Trump has turned the presidency into a crypto cash machine. It is now estimated that crypto makes up the majority of Donald Trump's net worth. Foreign investors, some under federal investigation, are pouring millions into these ventures, buying access, influence, and favorable treatment. So I ask, what are we doing here? With this bill, not only are we continuing to allow President Trump to issue his cryptocurrency, we are allowing him and his cronies to be in charge of the regulators overseeing that venture and compromising the stability of capital markets in our country.
Time has expired.
I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from
Mr.
Arkansas
Speaker, may I
is
inquire how
recognized.
much time I have remaining, please?
Gentleman has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Good. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, the chair of our Housing and Insurance Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. It's been a longer wait than expected, but I am excited that the Clarity Act has finally made it to the House floor for debate. The Clarity Act is not just about digital assets like Bitcoin. This bill will usher in a new age of blockchain innovation that will go well beyond the tokens that we know well today. Chris Dixon's book, titled Read, Write, Own, talks about a future where blockchain technology enables a new generation of the internet he terms Web 3.0. Technology like NFTs can be used as tickets to events, identity verification tools, and serve other real-world uses that will change our digital economy. I urge my colleagues to see the bigger picture. The vote today is not just about cryptocurrency as we know it. It's about enabling the next generation of innovation enabled by blockchain. This is a good bipartisan product that builds on the years of work from Chairman Hill and Subcommittee Chairman Stile, the Financial Services Committee, and the Ag Committee. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
And now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the Clarity Act, which claims to bring digital assets under a regulatory umbrella, but fails in two major areas. First, because it has no KYC, know your customer requirements for self-hosted wallets, it allows anonymous trading on DeFi exchanges and the dark web, which means there is no way to prevent wash trading, front-running, corruption, ransomware, extortion and kidnapping payoffs, and all the parade of horribles that unregulated crypto has unleashed upon the world. This legislation simply applies a patina of regulation while codifying loopholes that leave large parts of the industry, including the president's own meme coin schemes, completely unregulated. Secondly, the Clarity Act also lacks basic investor protection present in the securities laws. For example, firms are not required to serve the best interests of their investors or to separate critical market functions and many other basic protections. Now, I am not ideologically opposed to crypto, and both of these flaws are fixable, but in clarity, they have not been fixed, and so I oppose this bill and urge my colleagues to vote no. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Bipartisan Clarity Act, common sense legislation that finally gives digital asset markets the regulatory certainty they need to grow responsibly right here in the United States. For too long, innovators have been stuck in a regulatory gray zone, caught between agencies and overlapping authority, and subject to enforcement instead of clear rules. The uncertainty has driven jobs, investment, and innovation offshore while leaving American consumers exposed. The Clarity Act fixes this. It establishes clear, functional rules for digital assets, drawing a bright line between the SEC and the CFTC, and creating strong, enforceable protections for consumers. It ensures that digital assets developers and consumers facing firm play by the rules, disclosing who owns what, segregating customer funds, and avoiding conflicts of interest. It is long overdue, and I commend Chairman for bringing this bill to the floor today.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. She's an unapologetic leader for justice. She's from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member Waters. Mr. Speaker, I rise in vigorous opposition to the Clarity Act. This bill gives a green light to self-enriching crypto schemes where officials at the highest levels of power, including in the White House, have generated hundreds of billions of dollars in personal profit. We need legislation that stops financial abuse, not encourages it, especially during a time when the SEC has dropped enforcement actions against major crypto firms and undermined investor safety. Across our country, millions of working families are battling rising costs. Our elders are targeted by financial scams, and investors are trying to recover from volatile markets. But Republicans are ignoring all of that to prioritize the crypto industry's wish list. To be clear, the people deserve crypto legislation that is fair, transparent, and accountable, not a bill that opens the floodgates to conflicts of interest and weakens investor protections. The Clarity Act fails that test. Republicans need some clarity, all right, moral and legislative. I agree with Ranking Member Waters. This is really the Calamity Act, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California has reserved. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
We're here today, Mr. Speaker, because of the exceptional work by the House Financial Services Committee over a 5-year period, including under the leadership of then-Chair Maxine Waters and our former Chairman Patrick McHenry, gathering feedback from experts, looking at market participants, analyzing the markets, talking to regulators, and that's how we got the Clarity Act on the floor today that is built on the backs of that hard work. This chamber has passed a similar bill in the last Congress with exceedingly strong bipartisan support. Since then, the Clarity Act has only been further refined and strengthened in terms of both legal certainty and consumer protection. This bill, Mr. Speaker, as we've demonstrated over that period of time, would prevent consumer harm like FTX. I support the bill. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 2 minutes remaining.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlager-Dov.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the so-called Clarity Act. Let me be clear. I support the growth of digital assets, blockchain innovation, and the promise crypto holds for expanding financial access and economic justice. But this bill is not clarity. It is confusion cloaked in legislation. It picks winners and losers, and the biggest winner is the President of the United States. Why is that office exempt from all the rules? It undermines the SEC's ability to protect consumers and fast-tracks deregulatory loopholes without addressing core issues like transparency, fraud prevention, or equity in access. The SEC doesn't even like this bill. We need comprehensive, thoughtful regulation, not rushed frameworks driven by the people who will gain the most that ignore the voices of everyday investors, builders, and communities left behind. Crypto deserves rules that are smart, fair, and future-facing. The Clarity Act is none of these things, because if it was, Republicans would have had the votes much earlier. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from
Thank
California
you very
is recognized.
much. Mr. Chair, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Let me reiterate. A vote for H.R. 3633 is a vote to give Trump the pen to write the rules that would put more money in his family's pockets. A vote for H.R. 3633 is a vote for increased investor harm. A vote for H.R. 3633 is a vote to plant the seeds for the next financial crisis. And a vote for H.R. 3633 is a vote to endanger our national security. That is why I am voting no on H.R. 3633, the Calamity Act, and I urge all members, don't give your vote to Trump to own crypto. Don't give your vote to the vice president. They're the only two elected officials in this bill who can own crypto businesses. I want to see all of the cabinet, the president, the vice president, and all members of Congress unable to own crypto business. I urge all members to vote no, no, no on this bill.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. All time for financial services debate is expired, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm incredibly proud today to stand before you to share my support for the Clarity Act. This is legislation we've been working on the Agriculture Committee for 7 years. This is an improvement over legislation that fulfilled the very same purpose of what we're addressing today that passed last Congress with over 300 votes, 71 Democrats, and it was a great bipartisan bill. And this is an improvement on that bill. The Clarity Act is about three related ideas: certainty, protection, and innovation. And I'd like to talk about why each of these ideas is important. First, the Clarity Act provides regulatory certainty for all corners of the digital asset ecosystem, including issuers, exchanges, intermediaries, builders, software developers, and most importantly, users of digital assets. This regulatory certainty means that all parts of the ecosystem can engage with digital assets with confidence. It promotes healthy markets by establishing common sense requirements to protect consumers. And those are all built on the existing requirements in the financial services markets. Secondly, the Clarity Act protects good actors from government overreach. By establishing clear rules, we limit the government's ability to subjectively enforce vague statutes. These protections are important to those entities like exchanges, brokers, and dealers who we require to register, but in many cases they are not more important to entities which Congress is not seeking to register. Third, and most importantly, the Clarity Act supports innovation across the economy, not just the crypto economy. At the House Agriculture Committee, we heard testimony from numerous stakeholders about innovative ways in which developers and entrepreneurs are leveraging blockchain build projects and services using blockchains and digital assets. The certainty and protections provided through the Clarity Act will lead to the development of a new generation of services, tools, and systems. And I'm excited for that future to happen here in the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, Congress has an historic opportunity here today to act. With clarity, we can pass legislation that protects consumers and ensures that the United States remains at the forefront of technological innovation. These are not mutually exclusive goals, they are mutually reinforcing goals. By supporting clarity, we can create a safer, more transparent, and more accessible environment for digital assets. And I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of nearly 44 million American consumers who have invested in, traded, or used digital assets. That's 1 in 5 Americans. The public interest in these markets is already here, and it's not going away. Under the status quo, there is a gap in regulation for the digital commodity asset market. Our work here today could begin to provide the protections that American investors are accustomed to in traditional financial markets regulated by the CFTC. Regardless of whether Congress acts, these markets will continue to grow. The only question is whether we will begin the hard work of developing regulation or refuse to begin. The Clarity Act would put consumer protections in place for the first time for this industry. Consumers will finally be protected by the same sort of guardrails that protect investors in other sectors of the economy: segregation of customer deposits, consumer disclosures, mandatory record keeping, and examination by regulators. We do not want another FTX. The 2022 collapse of the world's third largest cryptocurrency exchange wiped out an estimated $8 to $10 billion in value, leaving American consumers holding the bag. The Clarity Act would have largely mitigated or avoided this crisis entirely. Former Biden administration CFTC Chairman Russ Benham yesterday testified before the Senate Agriculture Committee. Quote, what he said, inaction will only result in greater risk to our financial markets and investors through lack of market transparency, fraud, market manipulation, corruption, and conflicts of interest. Lack of action. Now, let me address the elephant in the room: the first family's involvement with digital assets and personally profiting from them. It's rightfully raised questions of impropriety and alarmed government ethics watchdogs. The first family's personal financial involvement in other sectors, such as telecoms, should ring alarm bells as well, loud and clear as it comes to ethics in our country. There is a time and place for holding the powerful accountable, and that must happen. We should address executive branch corruption independently, and it should apply to all sectors. Today, we must focus on regulation and protections for consumers, because today, 1 in 5 Americans and growing lack those protections, lack any guardrails. It's our job to start putting them in place. Is this bill perfect? No. Can it be improved upon? Absolutely. And I encourage my Senate colleagues to keep working those outstanding issues. This bill deserves our support, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I was remiss with my opening comments not to thank my agriculture partner, Ranking Member Angie Craig, for her leadership and work together on this issue, but also our Financial Services Chair, French Hill, my good friend Don Davis, Whip Emmer, Brian Stile, and so many more. There was just such a strong bipartisan leadership partner team. I now yield to the gentleman from Iowa, a member of the House Agriculture Committee, Mr. Feenstra, for 1.5 minutes.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our Chairman Thompson for bringing this bill forward. It's an amazing bill. I rise today in strong support of the Clarity Act. The increasing adoption of digital assets and the use of blockchain technologies can grow our economy and provide American families with a new opportunity to grow wealth. However, under President Biden, digital assets were attacked, which crushed innovation and created uncertainty for businesses. Fortunately, President Trump is working to make America the crypto capital of the world. We want digital asset innovation to happen in America and crypto jobs to be created in America without ceding ground to foreign countries. That's why we must pass the Clarity Act to spur innovation and support economic growth by providing clear rules of the road for digital assets in the United States. This bill establishes clear roles for the SEC and CFTC, which prevents agencies from overreach and confusion, provides consumer protections through greater transparency and accountability in the marketplace, and fosters innovation by providing a pathway for digital asset firms to operate legally and work with confidence, encouraging digital asset innovation to remain in the U.S. The Clarity unlocks economic growth, global competitiveness, and financial opportunity for all. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and put America first in the race to lead global digital asset marketplace.
Gentleman's time has expired.
For our country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to my distinguished colleague from the state of North Carolina, Mr. Don Davis, the ranking member of the House Agriculture Subcommittee on Commodity Markets, Digital Assets, and Rural Development.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3633, known as the Clarity Act. I'm honored to serve as a co-lead on this legislation alongside Chairman Thompson, Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Craig, Subcommittee Chair Johnson, and so many others who came to the table in good faith to get this done. Let me also take a moment to thank the staff, both the majority and the minority staff. They put so many hours working on this. I know I was up late one night. It was probably midnight. So I really commend the team. And they help work on a very complex issue here that's before us, and to help shape a bipartisan product that reflects the seriousness of the moment. This bill reflects compromise, collaboration, and months of work to craft the regulatory framework that meets the moment. Because the truth is, we can't afford to fall behind. Right now, we are at a crossroads. The digital asset industry is growing, evolving, changing the way people around the world engage with financial markets and emerging technologies. But without a clear regulatory structure in place, we're seeing innovation move overseas, not because our talent isn't here, because the rules aren't here. The Clarity Act provides us with an opportunity then to change that, to lead, to establish thoughtful and balanced guardrails that support innovation, protect consumers, and foster confidence in our markets. You see disclosures, reports. You can't commingle funds. Dealing with so many provisions, anti-fraud, manipulation. But let me be clear. The bill isn't perfect. I've been vocal about that too. I remain concerned about the absence of meaningful conflict of interest provisions dealing with the executive branch. It doesn't matter who occupies the White House. Bottom line, whoever is in the White House, we need clear standards that ensure public trust is never compromised. I also remain concerned about adequate resources for the CFTC. Yes, this bill, and I'm acknowledging, provides more flexibility to deal with hiring, but we also need to see more resources because we're asking the CFTC to take on a major role here in this. Thank you.
Gentleman.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the 118th Congress, we passed FIT 21 with overwhelming bipartisan support. The Clarity Act builds on this work. Let's pass the Clarity Act and send a strong message to the American people and the world that the United States will lead in building a forward-looking digital economy. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Minnesota has reserved. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Iowa, a member of the Commodity Markets, Digital Assets, and Rural Development Subcommittee, Mr. Nunn, for 1 minute.
The gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Thompson, as well as Ranking Member Craig. This is truly a bipartisan opportunity to help America deliver as a crypto capital for the entire planet. As a member of both the Ag Committee and the Financial Services Committee, I've been able to see this issue on both sides. Commodities versus securities, CFTC versus the SEC. And in my home state of rural Iowa, we know commodities. Corn, soybeans, hogs. The CFTC does this very well. And in downtown Des Moines and on the main streets of hometowns across Iowa, our banks handle stocks and bonds, securities, those handled by the SEC. That level of clarity works. But when it comes to digital assets, the lines become blurred, confused, and overly burdensome. That regulatory uncertainty doesn't just cost dollars, it costs jobs, innovation, and America's global leadership. This act, this clarity, is exactly what America needs now to drive towards the future. To ensure the next generation of financial, internet technology, and blockchain success is built in America, that our innovators come from the U.S., and that we have a future going forward. With that, Mr. Chair, I endorse the Clarity Act.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes of to my distinguished colleague from the state of Michigan, Ms. McDonald-Rivet, who serves on the House Agriculture Committee's Subcommittee on Commodity Markets, Digital Assets, and Rural Development.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to voice support for the Clarity Act. While there is still work to be done, it's an important step in providing crucial and clear regulatory framework to the crypto industry. But let's break it down. Today, 1 in 6 U.S. adults, 17% of the population, are invested in or use cryptocurrency. That's 55 million Americans. There are more than $3 trillion U.S. invested in the industry. It is dangerous and irresponsible that a market of this size and scope is currently operating without a clear regulatory framework. For consumers, innovators, and the stability of our nation's economy, the Clarity Act is an important first step forward. It protects consumers and equips assigned agencies with the appropriate authority to provide efficient and thorough oversight over digital asset markets. It also provides desperately needed certainty so that businesses can grow and evolve. I want to be clear, if clarity had been in place, the FTX market crash that caused their customers to lose $8 billion would not have happened. This bill strengthens our national security by giving regulators the tools they need to track cross-border transactions and stop digital assets from being used to evade sanctions or fund our adversaries. The bill is not perfect, and it does not resolve every issue. Like many of my colleagues, I am deeply concerned about the Trump family's potential conflicts of interest in using crypto to profit from the office of the presidency. That's why I voted for amendments to impose guardrails to stop elected officials from improperly profiting off the trades, and I will continue to push strongly for solutions to this problem. However, we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We stand at a critical moment where market structure is critical for our consumers, economy, and security, and the Clarity Act moves us meaningfully forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to expand for a minute on the important protections included in Clarity. The Clarity Act includes strong protections for the developers of software. Section 309 and 409 make it clear that neither the CFTC nor the SEC have the authority to require a person to register just because that person is developing, publishing, or distributing software. This is a critical protection rooted in our First Amendment that should be read expansively by the commissions. The creation of new decentralized finance protocols is also an important development that the Clarity Act seeks to protect. Both the CFTC and the SEC must carefully examine and understand DeFi, which is why we're requiring both commissions to undertake a robust study on the unique benefits and risks of DeFi. Through Clarity, Congress is making an unambiguous statement that DeFi is different and it should be treated differently from the centralized custodial intermediaries. Protecting this emerging technology is an essential purpose of the Clarity Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to recognize and yield to the gentleman from Indiana, a member of the Agriculture Committee, a member of the Commodity Markets, Digital Asset, and Rural Development Subcommittee, Mr. Mesmer, for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Clarity Act. America's innovative ecosystem has made our nation an investment magnet and development hub, but thus far our regulatory system has failed the digital assets industry. Under current framework, fraudsters go unpunished, consumers remain unprotected, and the best and brightest minds in the industry have picked up and left for other countries. The Clarity Act finally establishes distinct jurisdictional boundaries between the Securities Exchange Commission and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, while also creating guardrails to incentivize and safeguard investment. The bill not only expands opportunities for Wall Street and Silicon Valley, It also provides great opportunities for Hoosier farmers by opening a new frontier for rural innovators and expanding access to capital in agricultural communities. The digital asset markets are in dire need of regulation, and the Clarity Act is the solution. I look forward to witnessing a new era of economic prosperity and technological advancement this bill will bring to America, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes of my time to the distinguished colleague from the state of Alabama, Mr. Figures.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have listened to many of my colleagues' views on the issues before us today, and I respect them all, and I respect their views. And I don't disagree with many of the points that my colleagues that are in opposition that they're making, especially as it relates to executive conflict of interest concerns. But here's what I know. I know that the United States is lagging behind the rest of the world in regulating this industry. I know that the regulations in the Clarity Act are better than none at all in this industry. And I know that consumers will be better protected the day after this goes into effect than they were the day before. Now, is there more work to be done? Absolutely. And we should do that. But we cannot allow subjective ideas of perfection to override what are objectively steps in the right direction. And so this act is one that I support, the Clarity Act. And this is an important first step. And as we move forward, however, we must continue to make the necessary investments so that everyone can participate. Those are investments in technical training and education so that people have the knowledge and skills to actually understand and participate in a digital economy. And this is also a time to commit ourselves to ensuring that we do not leave underserved and rural communities behind. I represent a district that is geographically predominantly rural. We still struggle with issues like not having access to the internet in many counties that I represent. You cannot participate in or leverage the benefits of a digital economy if you can't get on the internet. That is a fact. And so we must stand up for these communities and bring broadband and internet expansion resources to every community that we possibly can. And so let's keep moving forward. Let's keep making sure that we are bringing everyone along with us. And I urge my colleagues to support this. Thank you. I yield
Gentleman
back.
yields. Is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman that just spoke for his remarks concerning the need for broadband, high-speed broadband. And my pledge as the chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, we're back in September, we've got Farm Bill 2.0, which includes rural economic development and rural broadband. And we have to get that done. I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Georgia, a co-sponsor of the Clarity Act, Mr. Carter, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my support for the Clarity Act. The Clarity Act is a bill that will make clear laws to help better regulate digital assets and blockchain technology. This bill will ensure that future innovations in the financial world will happen here in the United States and not in foreign countries. We cannot allow our adversaries, such as China, to control the digital economy. The Clarity Act will help modernize financial laws to make innovation possible and clear up many opaque and sometimes contradictory laws. This bill delivers on President Trump's commitment to make the United States the crypto capital of the world, and I'm proud that we are paving the path towards American dominance in the digital future. Today, I again would like to give my support for the Clarity Act as it cements America as a hub for the world's financial innovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to my distinguished colleague from the state of New Jersey, Mr. Josh Gottheimer, who serves on the House Financial Services Committee.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman Craig, for your excellent leadership. I rise in support of the bipartisan Clarity Act. This bill was made possible through a bipartisan effort that I was very proud to help lead with Chairman Hill and Congressman Stile. And it's an important one because 1/5 of Americans own crypto. My state, New Jersey, proportionally ranks second nationwide in ownership of cryptocurrency. But while cryptocurrency has tremendous economic potential, we desperately need rules of the road to protect consumers and to ensure the success of American entrepreneurs and ensure that America leads the way, not other nations around the world, but that America leads the way in this growing space. The Clarity Act takes common sense steps to make crypto work for everyday users, including measures to stop snake oil salesmen and fraudsters and hucksters, and puts Trump's family's coin under regulation. This legislation supports American-led innovation by encouraging developers and entrepreneurs to build, invest, and create jobs in our country. Finally, this bill gives clarity to the SEC and the CFTC's role in crypto to work together efficiently to crack down on scammers and criminal activity. And after years of uncertainty, it finally says who should oversee what so that people in this space understand the direction it's going in, understand who's going to oversee what, and that consumers can be protected. I can't say that enough. Do you want this to be the Wild West and continue to be with uncertainty, or do we want to have clear rules of the road to protect consumers? Do we want to do something or nothing? Is it perfect, as you've heard today? No, it's not perfect, but a few pieces of legislation we bring here are. The question is, will it do good? Will it make sure that we look after people who are involved in this space? Will it ensure that America succeeds and grows? That's the question, and to do nothing means that we will ensure that Trump's coin has no oversight. Why would we want that? We will ensure that no consumer is protected if we do nothing. We want to protect American consumers. That's our job. This legislation does that. And I urge my colleagues to support this critical, common sense, bipartisan legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I require how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman has 5.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentlewoman from Minnesota actually has 2. 2.5.
Mr. Speaker,
we'll give her another 30
pleased
seconds.
to yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, the Vice Chair of the Commodity Markets, Digital Assets, and Rural Development Subcommittee, also a member of the House Financial Services Committee, a very busy man, Mr. Rose, for 1 minute.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Clarity Act, which provides long overdue updates aimed at protecting the future of digital assets, encouraging growth, and protecting American consumers. The days of stifling this emerging industry through litigation and rogue rulemaking must end. The Securities and Exchange Commission, under former Chair Gary Gensler, went far outside the agency's statutory mandate in many ways, especially with cryptocurrencies. The Clarity Act will strengthen transparency and accountability for consumers. It will require developers to provide accurate disclosures with details about the asset project's operation, ownership, and structure. It requires brokers and dealers to disclose important information to investors, to hold their own funds separate from their customers' funds, and to report any conflicts of interest. This bill ensures Americans know where they're putting their money, and it gets government out of the way of growth and innovation. Let's pass the Clarity Act for the good of this country. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no other speakers at the moment, and I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from South Dakota, the chairman of the Commodity Markets, Digital Assets, and Rural Development Subcommittee, Mr. Johnson, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's been such an honor to work with GT, French, Angie, Don, Brian, and so many others on something that's real. It's sometimes hard to separate the real from the fake in this town. That's certainly true for digital assets. NFTs, meme coins, these generate tremendous attention, and they can pull our gaze away from what really matters. Here's what matters. Blockchain technology, Web3, will transform every single industry in the same way that the internet has transformed every single industry over the last 30 years. And that transformation will happen much faster than people realize. If we can keep government from continuing to screw this up. This is not about buying bubble gum with Bitcoin. This is about blockchain innovation happening here rather than overseas, about more liquid capital markets, about small businesses creating new services and products, about removing friction from transactions for every single American, and about protecting consumers so the debacles like the FTX meltdown never happen again. We tend to overstate the impact of what we do in this town. Everything is historic, even when it's not. But this is different. This is huge. Before I came to Congress, I was in the broadband industry, and the 1996 Telecom Act provided the regulatory certainty needed to launch the internet era. That was a watershed victory for this country, and my friends, we are here again. The regulatory certainty provided by this incredible bipartisan work product will launch a golden age of innovation and the golden age of digital assets. Today, now, this moment, this is a watershed victory for this country. Today, we do something real. And with that, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to close, yield myself the remainder of the time. I want to thank the gentleman from South Dakota for his remarks, and quite frankly, couldn't agree more. I also want to thank, again, my agriculture partner, Ranking Member Angie Craig with the Agriculture Committee, and Don Davis, and our leadership, and all those who are have the foresight to see that this is about the future. Well, it's about today, because there's companies that are struggling with this, but it's about more importantly the future of both the financial sector and the technological sector. And so a vote for clarity is a vote for America's future and America's leadership. And with that, I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on clarity. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Chairman G.T. Thompson, and his team for working on this consumer protection legislation in a bipartisan manner. I believe bipartisan legislation is always preferable to partisan legislation. It's stronger, it's harder to undo when it has broad support and leadership changes. It's why I heard my chairman talk about the Farm Bill. I regret that it wasn't a bipartisan path through reconciliation for Farm Bill provisions, but I am optimistic that we can work together in many other areas. While I wait to see what the gentleman's got in store for us for farm programs left behind, I too agree that rural development is incredibly important, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the bipartisanship shown through the Clarity Act process can act as a reminder that we accomplish more and we go further when we work together. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields. All time for debate on the bill has expired. The chair understands that the amendment number 1 will not be offered. Pursuant to the rule, previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. Question is on engrossment and the third reading on the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for a system of regulation of the offer and sale of digital commodities by the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and for other purposes.
Question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Gentlelady requests the yeas and nays. They are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. Yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings of this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, good morning. Pursuant to House Resolution 580, I call up the bill S-1582 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title.
Senate 1582, an act to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Senate Genius Act, and I thank my colleague and longtime friend, Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, for his leadership in ushering this bipartisan bill through the United States Senate. Around the world, payment systems are undergoing an evolution. New technologies are modernizing legacy infrastructure and unlocking innovative solutions to improve efficiency, reduce costs, and expand access to financial services. Members of this House Financial Services Committee have long recognized the promise of payment stablecoins and have worked since 2022 to establish a legislative framework. Last Congress, under the leadership of former Chairman Patrick McHenry of North Carolina, the committee passed the Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act of 2023. This bill provided for bank and non-bank pathways for issuers to obtain regulatory approval, preserve state-level oversight, and set standards for reserve composition, audits, and sound risk management. When the 119th Congress started in January, we picked up this effort. In close coordination with the Senate Banking Committee and our base legislation and our legislative work over the past 2 years has laid that foundation for the progress made in both the House and the Senate. Today we have an opportunity to send stablecoin legislation to President Trump's desk. This is a multi-Congress priority item, and it ensures American competitiveness, strong guardrails for our consumers. We should not, Mr. Speaker, squander that opportunity. This priority has been agreed to by both President Biden with his executive order and President Trump in his executive order 14178. Through multiple versions of stablecoin legislation, the House and Senate have shared ideas and crafted workable approaches, and our joint efforts before us helped enhance the legislation on the floor this morning. I want to recognize the hard work of my friends in the Senate to get the core fundamentals of what payment stablecoin legislation demand. I also want to recognize the diligence and thoughtful work of my colleagues here in the House, including the chairman of our Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Subcommittee, Brian Stile, who championed and worked through our committee through markup in successfully designing, writing, and passing in committee the STABLE Act. I thank my House colleagues for their principled approach to key policies that guided and distinguished our effort, particularly around state regime oversight, the reserve composition, the anti-money laundering and territorial integrity issues around stablecoins, and finally, the corporate structure of issuers. Furthermore, it's my firmly held belief that only by enacting payment stablecoin legislation and, Mr. Speaker, I repeat, and comprehensive market structure reform in this Congress, like we just debated a few minutes ago, the Clarity Act, only by passing both will this Congress fully usher in the era of digital finance and ensure that consumers are protected whenever they engage with digital assets. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill and sending it forward to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for President Trump to sign into law, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. 2 weeks ago, Republicans boasted about how they would provide billionaires with tax cuts they don't need by stripping health care from 17 million Americans, shuttering hospitals across the country, and starving 12 million families, including millions of children. These billionaires are the same individuals who proudly gave millions of dollars to President Trump's campaign, literally bought votes during the last election, and even sponsored Stalinist military parades to celebrate the president's birthday. No one should be surprised that these same Republicans' next order of business is to validate, legitimize, and endorse the Trump family's corruption and efforts to sell the White House to the highest bidder. SD 1582, the so-called Genius Act, establishes a woefully deficient federal framework for dollar-denominated payment stablecoins. In the United States, stablecoins are a form of digitized private money. Unlike other types of crypto, these coins claim to always maintain their value, often one coin for $1. Nevertheless, that promise of stability is precisely what causes stablecoins to be the subject to bank-like runs where the public rushes to sell their stablecoins at the first whiff of instability, making a bit of bad news into a full-blown financial crisis. It was for this reason that when I was chairwoman of the committee, I sought to create a federal framework to oversee these stablecoins and ensure that consumers are protected. I worked with the Biden administration and former Republican Chairman Patrick Henry to craft legislation. We achieved that goal, and I posted that legislation earlier this year. We wanted to create a strong federal system to oversee this type of crypto market that protected consumers, our national security, and financial stability. Unfortunately, the election of Donald Trump ended those bipartisan efforts and brought a significant new challenge to stablecoins. The Trump family's brazen corruption using crypto to sell access in exchange for official acts. And it just so happens that those stablecoins are one of the main vehicles Trump is using to make his corrupt crypto billions. The Trump family, crypto company, World Liberty Financial, launched a stablecoin called USD1 in April. And shortly after that, the Abu Dhabi-backed investment from MGX brought $2 billion of Trump's coin to make an investment in Binance, a company that had been under investigation for numerous legal violations. Trump and his family will make tens of millions of dollars just on that transaction alone, from the interest earnings alone. That's Abu Dhabi's money. More concerningly, by passing this bill, Congress will be telling the world that Congress is okay with corruption, okay with foreign companies buying influence, okay with criminals buying Trump coins to seek pardons and beneficial treatment. Surely, each of you can see how this is blatant conflict of interest, right? Well, Democrats and the rest of America does as well. It is why I introduced the Stop Trump in Crypto Act to ban the president, vice president, and members of Congress from crypto corruption. If we do not ban elected officials in S 1582, including the president or vice president, from crypto corruption. Each of us will be complicit. And let me be clear on this point, because there's been a lot of misinformation. This bill has a policy statement that elected officials, like members of Congress and senators, as well as government officials, cannot issue their own stablecoins. But do you know who Republicans did not ban? Now get this straight. The president and the vice president, they're the only elected officials that can have a crypto business. Why are the Republicans protecting the president to make billions and billions more dollars? Don't just take my word for it. Earlier this week, Chairman Hill confirmed as much at the Rules Committee. Anyone who says that the bill stops the president's company from issuing stablecoins is not telling the truth. And yet, even if we adopted such a ban, the Genius Act, sent over by the Senate and apparently unable to be amended, is still bad public policy. S. 1582 creates the appearance of a federal framework for stablecoins, but it does not provide the federal government with the full authority it needs to ensure that all stablecoin issuers comply with the law. The bill also creates risk for consumers who will be stuck in a lengthy bankruptcy process if a stablecoin ever fails. Additionally, it leaves the door open for foreign firms that present a major national security threat, including targets of sanctions, all to appease those in the Trump family's inner circle, which has ties to those shady entities. Yes, I'm talking about Tether, the foreign stablecoin issue everyone knows has been used in terrorist financing, organized crime schemes, and other horrible acts, but which the Commerce Secretary, has close ties with. But let me give you one more example why this bill is just bad for America. The very heart of this bill is that stablecoins will, in fact, be stable because they will be backed one-to-one with solid, safe assets. But I invite anyone to read the bill. While some of the reserves are cash and short-term Treasury securities, this bill allows for uninsured deposits. We already know how dangerous these deposits are. When Silicon Valley Bank failed, Circle, the largest stablecoin today, had $3 billion locked up in uninsured deposits and needed the federal government to rescue it, but that isn't all. A stablecoin issuer is also permitted to hold Bitcoin as reserves. That's because someone added language in this bill late in the night in the process that added new definitions and language to the bill. The language allows for a stablecoin issuer to use any money received under repurchase agreements that are, quote, a means of exchange currently authorized or adopted by a foreign government. Do you know what Trump's favorite strongman, the dictator of El Salvador, adopted as a legal currency? Bitcoin. So this highly volatile cryptocurrency will now be eligible to be a reserve backing on your stablecoins. It is truly absurd and dangerous and will lead to consumers losing their money and the taxpayers being called on to bail out the financial system. It is for all of these reasons that I submitted several amendments to this bill, none of which were made in order by Republicans because the president has rejected any conflict of interest language that binds him. One interesting point is that even Chairman Hill himself inserted language at the end of the so-called Clarity Act that the House is separately considering this week that actually amends the Genius Act. You heard me right. Rather than amend the Genius Act, which our own chairman saw had problems, he put his changes at the end of the Clarity Act. You may be asking why he would do that. he could just offer his amendments to the Genius Act. The reason is House Republican leadership has given up our power as the United States House of Representatives to work the will of members on behalf of our constituents and make changes to any legislation that the Senate sends us. Instead, we're simply taking the language directly from the Senate with no amendments, even when the chairman and other House members know that this bill is flawed. Unfortunately, because President Trump demanded the bill be passed without any changes, that's what the Republican Congress will do. One of Chairman Hill's changes to the Genius Act addresses a key concern I've had from the beginning, which is that Facebook and any other big tech company should not be allowed to issue their own stablecoin. That would violate a long-standing separation of banking and commerce in financial regulation, and our chairman's amended language would have closed this loophole. Unfortunately, the Genius Act allows Elon Musk, X, to issue its own stablecoin and creates a pathway for Facebook to do the same. For these reasons and many more, I strongly oppose this bill. I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Yep. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to address a few of those points. One, I'm so delighted to hear it sounds as if my friend, the ranking member from California, in fact, will now vote for clarity this afternoon on the House floor, since she highlights some of my suggested changes to Genius. I appreciate her remarks on that. But here's the big picture, Mr. Speaker. These bills, Clarity and Genius, are about protecting American consumers, protecting investments, bringing capital back to the United States, making the U.S. a fintech leader in payments and in digital assets. Consumers are protected. The rules are straightforward. All issuers of a payment stablecoin are treated the same with high standards, high regulatory oversight. And so I want to make sure that those at home following on C-SPAN get the record straight. Let me yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chair of the House Agriculture Committee, who for years has been a partner in crafting a digital assets approach that will make America more competitive. Mr. Thompson's recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to stand before you and support the Genius Act. It actually garnered 68 bipartisan votes in the Senate. I appreciate those senators. They demonstrated an awareness of the needs of the modern financial sector here in the United States. I congratulate Chairman Hill and Chairman Stiles and thank them for their work on the stablecoin legislation. The Genius Act represents an important step for this Congress in establishing the United States as a leader in the digital asset space. This legislation, together with the market structure bill that we had previously considered, and for which I've had the honor of co-sponsoring with my colleagues on the Financial Services Committee, will provide an important safeguards around the utility of vital digital assets in the next generation of global finance. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to submit additional remarks for the record and to clarify congressional intent on the effect the bill may have on the ability to list certain derivatives products.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is
I
recognized.
now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to the so-called Genius Act. Mr. Speaker, this bill has never even been considered or debated in the House Financial Services Committee or the Agricultural Committee, the committees of jurisdiction, which is the usual practice in this body. I guess this is what passes for genius these days. Republican leadership has once again caved into President Trump's demands for quickly pushing crypto legislation. President Trump just yesterday posted, "Pass the Genius Act, ASAP." I guess there's no need to debate it or read it. or amend it, just pass it. Now, you might think that Republicans might be cautious about taking financial policy direction from someone who has a side hustle selling baseball hats and Bibles and who has filed for bankruptcy 6 times in the past 20 years. But sadly, you would be mistaken. This bill significantly weakens the U.S. dollar, which is the global reserve currency and provides a huge competitive advantage for our country. This bill allows a complete takeover of our financial system by big tech companies by allowing these massive companies to issue their own cryptocurrencies. For example, Google with 3.5 billion daily users. Meta has over 2 billion active daily users, not to mention Amazon or X or Walmart. Several of these companies have already indicated they're planning to launch crypto stablecoins if this bill becomes law. And those companies can easily compel or incentivize users to move away from the dollar and away from traditional banks and into these so-called stablecoins. President Trump's own stablecoin is set to become one of the top 10 stablecoins after Abu Dhabi announced a $2 billion investment in World Liberty Financial, which is a joint venture between the Trump family, his sons, and Steve Witkoff and his family. You may recall that Steve Witkoff is Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, where Abu Dhabi is located. Nothing in this bill prevents the clear conflicts of interest and violations of ethics laws by President Trump. And the worst aspect of this bill is the danger and risk that it puts on the backs of the U.S. taxpayer, because this will not end well, and nothing in this bill prevents a taxpayer bailout of crypto. If we really wanted to protect the taxpayer, we could require that crypto companies that are pushing these bills absorb the losses if they fail. That would seem fair. Yet despite several attempts to have amendments included in the bill that would protect the taxpayer from paying for crypto bailouts, my Republican colleagues repeatedly refused. We've seen in the past, in 2008, when the last version of financial innovation blew up, collateral debt obligations and other complex derivatives. It was the taxpayer that had to pay to clean up that mess, to the tune of about $700 billion, while bankers who created the mess, they got bonuses. We should not let that happen again. And I urge my friends on the other side, my colleagues on our side, to defend the U.S. taxpayer and vote no on this bill.
Gentleman's time's expired.
And I yield back. I thank the gentleman.
The gentleman's reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I really have to say I believe the Genius Act is an important component for preserving and enhancing the United States dollar as the reserve currency around the world. I now want to yield 3 minutes to a gentleman who's been instrumental in our success in crafting digital asset legislation, our Majority Whip, Mr. Emmer of Minnesota.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In November, the American people elected the most pro-innovation, pro-crypto Congress and president in American history. Following his historic victory, President Trump gave Congress a mandate to pass landmark legislation creating rules of the road for the digital asset ecosystem. The Genius Act is the first step in fulfilling that promise. I would like to applaud my Senate colleagues, Chairman Scott, Senators Hagerty, Lummis, and Gillibrand, for energizing an often calcified Senate to send over the Genius Act. Furthermore, I'd like to thank my colleagues, Speaker Johnson and Leader Scalise, along with Chairman Hill and Chairman Thompson, for putting this bill on the House floor today for a vote. Fundamentally, any stablecoin bill is about national security. It's about preserving and extending the dollar's dominance as the world's reserve currency. People want to transact in dollars because we have the strongest and most reliable economy and government in the world. It's the currency the world counts on to do business, and the United States' global position relies on that status. The United States cannot afford to sit on the sidelines. If we fail to lead in this space, we risk leaving the door open for authoritarian regimes like China to advance its state-controlled digital currencies. This bill is a globally competitive regulatory framework for dollar-backed stablecoins, one that encourages domestic innovation and brings transaction volume back into the United States visibly and under our control. As we saw over the last 4 years under the Biden administration, regulation by enforcement not only created uncertainty, but also pushed companies offshore. A clear and defined stablecoin framework like that in the Genius Act keeps these innovators here at home and brings back all those who left. This is not a perfect bill, but it is a perfect bill for this moment. Congress must keep its eyes on the finish line and send the Genius Act to President Trump's desk this week. Bottom line, the Genius Act is a pro-innovation, pro-freedom, and pro-growth piece of legislation. It's a bipartisan solution to a global challenge, empowering U.S. markets to lead, not follow. Let's pass this bill and secure American financial leadership in the global digital economy. I encourage all my friends in this body to unequivocally vote yes on this bill, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Minnesota yields back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
It is customary when we consider major legislation to give credit to those who created the bill. The ghost of Sam Bankman-Fried looms above this auditorium. He is the genius behind the Genius Act, and one can only hope that he's able to watch C-SPAN on a black and white television set in his prison cell. You don't have to be a genius to know that this bill is an attack on working families. That's why the AFL-CIO says no, and they are scoring it. They call it stablecoin. It's not stable. It's not a coin. It's a money market account that under this law must pay 0% interest. So who wants to forgo a 4% rate of return and get a 0% return in stablecoin? Those who are desperate for what cryptocurrency offers. Cryptocurrency literally means hidden money. And these stablecoins are exempt from the anti-money laundering provisions. Thus, it meets the needs perfectly of drug dealers, human traffickers, sanctions evaders, those who are hiding assets from their former spouses, and tax evaders. And just to be clear, the Republicans rejected unanimously in committee a provision to prevent mixers. Mixers are devices whose sole purpose is to defeat even top law enforcement efforts pursuant to a warrant. And under this bill, the mixers will be used to defeat law enforcement. Republicans claim to be against crime in the streets, but they're creating a device whose sole purpose is to facilitate crime in the suites. Page 43 of this bill contains a provision maintaining the eligibility of stablecoins for bailouts under a facility created under Section 13.3 of the Federal Reserve Act. Now, Jay Powell won't bail out stablecoin, but the next guy will. Stablecoin marketers are going to tell investors that if they ever have a problem, they're going to get bailed out. And after all, crypto has all the power in Congress because it is the #1 source of super PAC independent expenditures. Last year, crypto did more super PAC expenditures than big oil and big pharma times 5. This bill is designed to enrich President Donald Trump. Even Richard Nixon never thought of printing up baskets of monopoly money and selling them for cash. Trump thought of it, and he's doing it electronically. Abu Dhabi has announced they're investing $2 billion in Trump's stablecoin. $2 billion in Trump's hands where he has to pay nothing, 0% on the loan. He invests the money, he makes $2 million a week up until Abu Dhabi demands its money back, which they're never going to do as long as our foreign policy meets the needs of Abu Dhabi. Republicans rejected unanimously an amendment to prevent taxpayer money from being used to buy crypto.
Gentleman's time has expired.
If you're voting for this bill, you're voting for taxpayer money to go into buying Trump coin. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize the chair of our subcommittee on digital assets, financial technology, artificial intelligence, who's crafted the STABLE Act, which is the base text that led to this joint good work between the House and Senate. Mr. Stile of Wisconsin.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I thank my good friend, the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Hill. I rise in support of the Genius Act. The legislation brings clarity, consumer protections, and American leadership to the evolving world of payment stablecoins. Stablecoin legislation has been in the works for over 4 years and has been called for by Democratic and Republican administrations. The status quo fails to protect consumers from fraud. That's an untenable situation in a market growing by the billions. For too long, the United States has operated without a clear federal framework for dollar-backed payment stablecoins, leaving consumers vulnerable to fraud, innovators in limbo, and our global competitiveness at risk. That's why I'm proud to have introduced stablecoin legislation in the House and worked alongside my colleagues in the Senate to make the legislation reaching the President's desk as strong as possible. That's why I'm urging a yes vote on the Genius Act. The bipartisan, bicameral legislation creates a robust framework for payment stablecoin issuance in the United States. It encourages the innovation and development of Web3 businesses here in the United States. It establishes clear rules to ensure that consumers are protected and businesses have clear regulations to responsibly participate in the digital asset ecosystem. By requiring issuers to maintain a one-to-one reserve in cash and high-quality liquid assets like U.S. Treasuries, consumers know what they're getting and are protected. Genius has strong anti-money laundering, operational risk, and governance standards in place to prevent abuse, reinforce market integrity, and create an even playing field with other financial institutions. By passing the Genius Act, the House will be sending it to the President's desk. Congress will be sending a clear message. The United States will dominate the future of financial innovation. We'll protect consumers, support innovation, and defend the central role of the U.S. dollar in global commerce. This bill, we're not just responding to a moment. We're building a foundation for the future of finance in the Web3 world. Payment stablecoin legislation is critical to this foundation. If we want to become the digital asset hub of the world, we must enact a comprehensive framework for the digital asset ecosystem. I urge my colleagues to support both Genius and Clarity and send a message that America leads in financial innovation and does so with integrity, strength, and a firm commitment to protecting the people we serve. I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Costin, who is also the vice-ranking member of the Financial Services Committee.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I was to describe Jeffrey Epstein as a nice family man who works in finance, you might question why I was saying that. Well, if someone says that something that is neither a coin nor stable is a stable coin, you might question why they're saying that, because they aren't stable. Terra, which was a stable coin, collapsed to 30 cents and wiped out $40 billion in investor value. That was an algorithmic stable coin. More recently, as the ranking member has noted, USDC, a so-called stable coin, fell to 88 cents and only exists today because taxpayers bailed them out. These are some of the reasons why central bankers last week issued a warning that stablecoins threaten global financial stability and need a much more restrictive regime than traditional finance. The Genius Act ignores all those experts and instead ties stablecoins into our financial system, but without the safeguards that are required by banks and investment companies. As the ranking member noted, this allows big tech companies to issue stablecoins, amass consumer data, at the same time we're gutting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that protects consumers. It allows issuers to cherry pick the lightest touch regulator between the federal government and any of the 50 states. Rather than fixing the problems created when Silicon Valley Bank collapsed, it makes them worse by saying that you can have uninsured deposits, but if there is a run on a future Silicon Valley Bank, the stablecoin issuers have a superior claim over every single person in this room who has a legitimate deposit in that bank. My colleagues have said this has a one-to-one requirement, except that that's not audited. There's only an audit requirement for companies over $50 billion in asset, which is only 2 stablecoins. So Donald Trump's stablecoin just has to say, I attest that there was value in here on the 30th day of the month, and you don't have an auditor. That ain't one-to-one certification. Finally, the Genius Act is a missed opportunity to limit foreign influence. We know that recently a convicted money launderer wrote the code so that the United Arab Emirates could buy $2 billion of Trump's stablecoin, which allowed President Trump to earn $30 million on the transaction. Now this convicted felon...
Gentleman's time's expired.
To the gentleman, additional
And I should clarify here, the convicted felon I'm referring to is the guy for insider trading.
Time's expired.
An additional 15 seconds to the gentleman.
The convicted felon I'm referring
seconds.
to is the guy who ran Binance, not the president, but he's seeking a presidential pardon. So the Genius Act sets the stage for an exponential crisis and allows the president to continue cheapening the office for his own financial gain, and I urge a strong no.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the Vice Chairman of our full committee, Mr. Heisinger of Michigan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today is a good day for innovation. It's a good day for free markets, entrepreneurs, and consumer choice. It's a good day for American digital leadership. And Mr. Speaker, after years of debate, and frankly, as I was chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee in 2017 and 2018, holding hearings on crypto assets, Congress has finally recognized the unique nature of stablecoin products. Under this bill, we established a regulatory framework that targets the activity, not the technology. And after years of indecision, Americans finally have an administration that is ready to embrace those products. The time to reassert American leadership in the digital asset space is now. The Genius Act acknowledges that stablecoins can address inefficiencies in the U.S. payment system. It acknowledges that maintaining the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency should always be at the forefront of any decision that we have. And it acknowledges that the private sector must lead the way, fostering innovation and competition. And finally, it acknowledges that a clear regulatory...
I yield the gentleman 15 more seconds.
Gentleman's got 50 more seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, at the end of this, finally, it acknowledges that a clear regulatory framework led by the United States is needed to usher in this modern technology. We're at an inflection point, folks. And when it comes to digital assets, I urge my colleagues to seize this moment by supporting this important legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan yields back. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, who is also the ranking member of the Small Business Committee.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, gentlelady, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the Genius Act. From the beginning, I have said Congress needs to tackle stablecoin legislation. But we cannot pretend this is happening in a vacuum. We are debating a framework for stablecoins while the President, his family, and members of his administration are personally invested in this market and directly profiting from it. 3 days before taking office, President Trump launched his own meme coin. When the coin's value collapsed, his insiders cashed out. Everyday investors were left holding the bag. It is estimated they lost over $2 billion, while the Trump circle walked away with more than $350 million. And now his family firm, World Liberty Financial, has launched its own stablecoin, once again netting the president's family tens of millions of dollars. The administration is rolling back enforcement and reshaping family policy to give this business interest a leg up. These are such clear-cut conflict of interest, and yet this bill does nothing to address them. It doesn't bar the president or cabinet officials from holding financial stakes in stablecoin issuers. It doesn't address the foreign investors piling into these ventures. It doesn't even try to draw a line between public office and private gain. This isn't a framework for innovation. It's a framework for more corruption. If we are serious about protecting consumers, about protecting our markets, we have to start with ethics. This bill fails that basic
The gentlewoman's
test.
time has
I urge
expired.
my colleagues to vote no.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill, the Genius Act, and the bill we debated a few minutes ago, the Clarity Act, are all about consumer protection. There are no rules federally across the board in the digital asset space at all now. That's why we've seen consumers hurt by the lack of a regulatory framework. And so I have to say, Mr. Speaker, in total contrast to my friends on the other side of the aisle, that's what we're all here for today. Now, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your continuing reminder to the members in the chamber from engaging in personalities. But it has become a part of our morning routinely. So I have to inquire how long we're going to let this go on, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure this chamber, all the members of the chamber, adhere to Rule 17. Mr. Speaker, I now call on the gentleman, our distinguished chairman of our subcommittee from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, who leads our subcommittee on financial institutions from Kentucky. Mr. Barr is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. Barr, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise today in strong support of the passage of the Genius Act, and I want to thank Chairman Hill for his extraordinary leadership, not just in this Congress, but for a long time advocating for this moment. He deserves a tremendous amount of credit for persevering and working and marshaling bipartisan, bicameral support. And I want to thank him for his terrific leadership. I want to thank the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, for being a subject matter expert and working in a bipartisan way to build a bipartisan coalition for this moment. And there's been a lot, Mr. Speaker, made in this term of Congress about the one big, beautiful bill. And it's a historic piece of legislation, no doubt, and it's going to supercharge our economy. It's jet fuel for our economy. It's tax cuts, the biggest tax cuts we've ever seen in this country's history. But I would argue, with all respect, that arguably the most important, most transformational piece of legislation in this Congress are these bills we're talking about here today, the Genius Act and the Clarity Act. It is paramount that we send this historic piece of legislation, the Genius Act, to the President's desk, because this bill is the first of its kind in creating a regulatory framework for the future for stablecoin issuance in the United States to revolutionize finance and payments in this country and around the globe. Not only will this cement us, the United States, for decades to come as leaders and innovators in the digital asset space, but it will protect, importantly, protect the U.S. dollar's dominance and increase demand in our Treasury market. In the Genius Act, stablecoins become pegged to the U.S. dollar and backed by high-quality liquid assets. So, in stark contrast to what my friend, the gentleman from Illinois, was arguing, this actually prevents these other so-called stablecoins from actually thriving in the marketplace. That you're going to have stablecoins that actually are stable. That's why we need the bill. The gentleman is actually making the argument for us. The gentleman from Illinois. He's making the argument for why he should support the Genius Act because of non-stable stablecoins that are out there. Those products will lose ground in the marketplace after we pass the Genius Act. It will ensure that consumers are protected while reaping the benefits of blockchain technology. The Genius Act will allow for scalability to occur in the stablecoin marketplace, ensuring American consumers and businesses have access to this innovative product. Both banks and non-banks can issue stablecoins under the Genius Act, bringing together the best actors in both the traditional finance space and the new era of digital finance. The Genius Act provides that all appropriately regulated banks, including the U.S. Operations of foreign banking organizations, which are supervised by the Federal Reserve, are treated equally to their U.S. peers. This is particularly important with respect to the issuance, reserve, and custody services and bank capital requirements, irrespective of whether they are deposit insured, since the Act prohibits stablecoins from being covered by FDI insurance. A robust, well-regulated stablecoin market eliminates any justification for a government-controlled central bank digital currency, or CBDC, which jeopardizes Americans' access to freedom, privacy, and apolitical private capital. And this is an important point for all of my colleagues on my side of the aisle who share my concern and opposition to a CBDC. If you want to put a dagger in the heart of this crazy surveillance state idea of a central bank digital currency, pass this bill. Vote for this bill. Vote for the Genius Act, which will eliminate all arguments for a CBDC. So with the Genius Act, we will increase the speed and decrease the cost of payments. We will decrease and eliminate friction from our payment system. If all Americans see housing their deposits via a CBDC at the Federal Reserve as a risk-free proposition, they would be incentivized to pull their money out of.
Gentleman, I'll yield the gentleman 15 more seconds.
So just to conclude, we want to avoid eroding the deposit base and starving the private sector of conventional bank financing. So the Genius Act will not erode the deposit base, and it will allow banks to issue and custody stablecoins and participate in this emerging crypto economy. Cementing the dollar as the world's reserve currency, protecting consumers in the deposit base, and supercharging the Treasury market. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, who is the Republican chairman of the National Security Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the ranking member. I have not seen a perfect bill since I've been in Congress, but this is a pretty good bill. It's an important bill. Regulating stablecoins is long overdue at the federal level. But make no mistake, stablecoins aren't new. The New York Department of Financial Services has regulated stablecoins in the state of New York since 2018. They're time-tested and proven, and they've been stable. It's long overdue for us to provide federal legal clarity here. So why am I speaking in opposition to it? Well, look, my Republican colleagues are exactly right about the stablecoins and the need for regulation. That's why we passed the Stable Act. But my Democratic colleagues are right this time to recognize that the legislative process is broken. And frankly, we all know that. Everyone in the House does. We've seen it broken on lots of things. But here today, we've got a defective product that our legislative process prevented us from fixing. On the product, the Genius Act, we agree. We've got 5 amendments that we want to do to the Genius Act that we're doing in clarity, and they're important. And frankly, while the Genius Act does address retail CBDC, and it's an important concession because Democrats want a surveillance state central bank digital currency. You're going to see that when we vote later on Tom Emmer's bill. They want that. Republicans are thankfully united in opposing central bank digital currency, but we should deal with that fully here. On March 8th of 2023, in a dialogue with Chairman Hill, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell said that they would need congressional approval for a retail CBDC. But he went on to explain that you could have a layered CBDC, and they're building just that at the Federal Reserve. We should completely turn that off, and that's why we need to pass Emmer's bill. I'll talk about that later. But we also need to protect self-custody, which is the ability for you to move your money directly, person to person, without an intermediary. You won't have direct access to your own money unless you protect it, because government agencies continue to try to ban it, and we need to protect
Gentleman's time's expired.
We do in clarity, and that's why I oppose the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chairman of our Oversight Committee, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to rise today in strong support of S. 1582, the Genius Act. I want to thank the chairman of our full Financial Service Committee, Chairman Hill, for his leadership, Chairman Stile for his great work, and also Whip Emmer and so many on our committee and our colleagues in the Senate for their work in this legislation. I also want to recognize President Trump's administration, Crypto Czar David Sachs, SEC Chair Paul Atkins, for their efforts to reverse the Biden-era irrational opposition and misguided regulations that we lived with for 4 years towards innovation, and now we are setting America back on a pro-growth, America First course. Mr. Speaker, the Senate's legislation built on 2 years of groundwork by the House, crafting a framework for stable coins that protects consumers, the dollar, unleashes private sector innovation. This bill achieves 3 goals. It supports the dollar's role as the world's reserve currency, provides a private sector alternative to a government-run digital dollar, very important, and modernizes payments to reduce costs and expand access. This is smart, forward-looking policy.
Gentleman's time's
I urge
expired.
my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Since assuming office, President Trump has been making himself richer and richer while working-class Americans are struggling just to stay afloat. President Trump has earned $1.2 billion since he entered office. The Trump family has been using the office of the presidency, and the way that they're doing this is extremely alarming to me and my fellow Democrats. Now, let me go through this timeline once more. In September of 2024, on the campaign trail, the Trump family launched World Liberty Financial, which they have described as a decentralized finance or DeFi company. On January 17th, 2 days before the presidential inauguration, President Donald Trump launched his Trump meme coin, and days later, Melania Trump launched her meme coin. On March 25th, 2025, World Liberty Financial launched a dollar-pegged stablecoin just 1 week before the House Financial Services Committee marked up stablecoin legislation, and 2 weeks after Senate colleagues held their markup. On March 31st, Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr.'s American data centers merged with American Bitcoin, a Bitcoin mining operation. On July 8th, Trump Media and Technology Group, the company that operates the Truth social media platform, announced that it had filed paperwork with the SEC to launch the crypto blue chip ETF later this year. Now let's add all of this up. Since January of this year, President Trump and his family have launched or planning to launch 6 different crypto ventures. 6. Congressional Republicans and the crypto industry will state that these conflicts of interest take away from the discussion on other parts of the bill. They claim that this bill is good for consumers and investors. Well, let me tell you, it is not. It is good for Trump's family and wealthy crypto investors. They can afford to see themselves through an FTX-type collapse. No one, not a Republican or a Democrat, should be using their office to make themselves richer while everyday Americans are struggling to buy groceries and pay for their health care. Everyday Americans are simply trying to survive thanks to Republican policies while President Trump and his billionaire boys club thrive in the economy. It's simple. If people want to know why members of Congress can't simply exclude the president and the vice president, why do they keep them in both of the bills as owners of crypto? Why did they avoid my amendment that would take them out? I don't believe that the president, the vice president, his cabinet, his family, or any members of Congress should be owners of crypto. And I certainly don't believe that the office of the presidency should be used by anybody, any president, now or in the future, to be the owners of crypto. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, who chairs our subcommittee on housing and insurance.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Hill. I've been working on this since I was in the Nebraska legislature. Back in 2021, I passed the Nebraska Financial Innovation Act, making our state the second state to allow state-chartered banks to custody digital assets, mostly stablecoins. These stablecoins have the ability to greatly increase not only the speed of payments and settlements, but to also make our economic system even more efficient. Stablecoins will also support the advancement of the U.S. dollar around the globe. We may often take it for granted, but most of the transactions around the globe rely on a currency backed by the U.S. dollar. That could change if we don't adopt laws like this. Who steps in? Adversaries like China. We want to have a presence on the continent of Africa. That is the next frontier. This assures us of that. In the early days, caution was certainly prudent. Stablecoins are a novel technology with significant questions regarding how to protect consumers, what happens in the event of a bankruptcy, how to ensure that the issuers live up to the technology's namesake by providing a truly stable asset, the dollar. That's why we've been working in our committee the last several years. Similarly, the Senate has been running through their process. Let me be clear, this bill is not perfect. With my experience in Nebraska, I have been a strident supporter of a strong, robust state pathway for issuers. This bill has a state pathway, but it's capped at $10 billion asset threshold. I personally much prefer Congressman Brian Stiles' Stable Act to this Senate product. However, despite my personal preferences, this bill absolutely provides a comprehensive and safe federal framework for stablecoin regulation. In order to usher in a new era of blockchain innovation, we need to pass the Genius Act so our regulators can get to work implementing a comprehensive stablecoin framework. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I request unanimous consent to enter the following letters from organizations who oppose this terrible bill. The AFL-CIO, who is scoring this vote. Americans for Financial Reform, who is leading 78 investor, consumer, religious, and civil rights groups, and public citizens. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, a distinguished member on the House Financial Services Committee, Mr. Gottheimer.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of the Bipartisan Genius Act. This legislation builds on the bicameral negotiations that Chairman Hill, former Chairman McHenry, Chairman Stile, and I, and so many others have worked so hard on for the past years. The Genius Act is smart bipartisan legislation that backs stablecoins through U.S. dollar on a one-to-one basis and allows states to make future safeguards to further protect consumers. The Genius Act, as I said, protects consumers and gives clear rules of the road to allow America to lead the way in a space that is key to our economy. It cracks down on illicit finance, helps counter bad actors, and reinforces the global strength of the dollar, all while lowering the cost of payments and making transactions happen in just seconds. The bill has already passed the Senate in a strong bipartisan way. Now it's time for us to clarify rules for stablecoins, protect consumers, and promote American innovation. As I said before when we were talking about the Clarity Act, the question is, do you want some rules of the road or no rules of the road? To vote against this bill and to vote against the Clarity Act, it's irresponsible if you want to make sure that the Trump coin has oversight, that you want to make sure that the consumers are protected. It's, I don't know, will the gentleman yield 15 more seconds?
15 more seconds.
And I just think it's critical to not pass this legislation is deeply irresponsible because it'll allow the Wild West to continue. This will protect consumers, ensure that the Trump coin and others have protection, are overseen with protection and oversight from the CFTC, from the SEC.
Expired.
It's critically important to protecting consumers and to protecting our country.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from California, you're recognized.
Actually, let me just reiterate, it's irresponsible to turn this bill over to the President of the United States, and I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 2 minutes to my friend, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my support for Senate Bill 1582, the Genius Act of 2025, which will provide a clear regulatory framework for the issuance of stablecoins in the U.S. This bipartisan, industry-supported bill will finally give the stablecoin asset class-clear rules of the road for the issuance and use of digital assets. The Genius Act will establish standards so issuers are credible and stablecoins are quality assets in a rapidly innovating digital market. I would like to thank the Senate for passing this bill and getting into the House so quickly. I encourage all my colleagues to vote in support of the Genius Act. It is a vital step in keeping America the pinnacle of financial innovation. Let's make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlewoman from California is
reserve the balance
recognized.
of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
from Arkansas.
Yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Vindman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
As Vice Ranking Member of the Commodity Markets, Digital Assets and Rural Development Subcommittee of the House Agriculture Committee, I rise today in support of both the Clarity and Genius Act. These bills aren't perfect, but digital innovation in our economy is critical to our economy, and I support a regulatory framework that protects consumers and the financial system. However, I am concerned the ability for certain officials to use these assets for self-enrichment at the highest levels of our government. These bills ensure members of Congress and many other government officials must abide by ethics rules that we expect from government officials, allowing the industry to innovate as it should. But two individuals are exempted, the President and Vice President. This is incredibly dangerous and undermines confidence in this important industry. It also further degrades the public trust in our government, especially at a time when that trust is already eroded by the President's refusal to release the Epstein files. We need to take important steps to establish a regulatory framework for digital assets to thrive and to restore public trust. We need action now, and I hope we can close these loopholes. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from California is
I
recognized.
continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman continues to reserve her balance of her time.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, our majority whip of the House Financial Services Committee.
The gentleman from the state of Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we are showing that we can lead here in Washington, D.C., getting things done with the leadership of our president and our leadership here in the House, working together with the United States Senate. And it shows that we are offering that certainty and stability once again for our economy to make America first. We're going to make the dollar dominant once again, and we're going to lead on digital currency payments. So it will increase, of course, the demand for U.S. treasuries and move us towards that dominant position we need to have in the financial markets. And I applaud our chairman. As a new member of this committee, it has been wonderful to watch a person in action attempting to work with the other side, pushing through bipartisan legislation, and once again proving that Washington can work if we have leadership at the helm. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close, and I yield to the ranking member if she's prepared for her closing remarks.
From California is recognized.
Thank you. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Arkansas has no further speakers.
Yield to you.
All right.
I yield myself the
California's
balance of the
recognized.
time. Let me again reiterate. A vote for SB 1582 is a vote to give Trump the pen to write the rules that would put more money in his family's pocket. A vote to S 1582 is a vote for consumer harm. A vote for S 1582 is a vote to plant the seeds for the next financial crisis. A vote for S 1582 is a vote to endanger our national security. That is why I will be voting no on S 1582, the Genius Act, and I urge all other members to also vote no. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume in my closing, and I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Let me start by saying that we're here on the floor. We've heard a vigorous debate about dollar-backed payment stablecoins. Our committee has worked under both Democratic leadership, under Mrs. Waters, and under Republican leadership to research this, talk about it, think about it, have hearings about it for over 5 years now. And we come to the House floor today with a bill before us that, while not perfect, is a good bill, as been evidenced by our speakers on the floor. S 1582, the Genius Act, is a simple bipartisan bill that's long overdue and is based on that bipartisan work in both chambers. Wow, we're actually legislating. We're seeing bills passed in both chambers.
It's exciting for me to see the good work of my friend Chairman Tim Scott of the Banking Committee in leading a policy-driven effort to put America's financial leadership first. S. 1582, as written by Bill Hagerty, does exactly that. And Mr. Speaker, 68 senators voted for this bill in the United States Senate. 68. A quote, cloture-proof margin is only 60. 68 senators came together, including 18 Democrats, who vigorously debated this bill, worked on this bill, improved this bill, modified it, and sent it to us in the House. Likewise, Chairman Stile here in the House worked with those senators on both sides of the aisle all along the way to take the ideas that we had here in the House in our markup and our Stable Act and improve Genius. So with this legislation today on a bipartisan basis, we're modernizing our financial infrastructure, streamlining transactions, lowering costs, expanding financial tools for everyday Americans. This is about putting American innovation first. It's about creating a future where innovation is met with clarity, not confusion, where American ingenuity is empowered, not stifled by an outdated, not fit-for-purpose regulatory regime. The Genius Act will help maintain U.S. global leadership in financial technology, digital innovation, the power of the reserve currency, the United States dollar, while reinforcing important consumer protections and critical regulatory oversight where it's needed most. This is common sense, forward-looking legislation that reminds me of the earliest days of this House chamber agreeing in 1996 not to tax or regulate the Internet, but to tax and regulate how people use the Internet. This is a keen example of that principles-based legislation. I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the Genius Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Rule 580, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question on third reading of the bill, those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading. Read the
An
title.
act to provide for regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes.
The question on the passage of the bill, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
So what? Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote of the yeas and nays will rise. If a sufficient number have risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings of this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 580, I now call up H.R. 1919 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will read the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 66, H.R. 1919, a bill to amend the Federal Reserve Act to prohibit the Federal Reserve banks from offering certain products or services directly to an individual, to prohibit the use of central bank digital currency for monetary policy and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the amendment and the nature of the substitute recommended by the Committee of Financial Services is printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Walters, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
I thank the Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I now rise and yield myself such time as I may consume in support of H.R. 1919. This bill has been before us before in this House chamber. We debated it in the last Congress. It's had the outstanding leadership, support and advocacy by our majority whip here in the House, Mr. Tom Emmer of Minnesota, and I rise in strong support. At stake is a fundamental choice about the future of money in America, a choice between freedom or government control. Central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs, put the government at the center of every financial transaction, monitoring, controlling, and possibly restricting how Americans could use their own hard-earned money. As American government-controlled digital dollar threatens to open the door to government overreach here at home. It would threaten individual privacy and stifle innovation by undermining progress that we've seen from private sector solutions like we just talked about on this House floor, privately issued U.S. dollar-backed payment stablecoins. That is a continuation of the evolution of the private sector guiding the expanse of our money, how we use our money to make payments. Formerly starting out with cash, we wrote checks, we used debit cards and ATM cards at the point of sale, we use credit cards, we can send money by wire transfer or by an electronic check. And so the private sector has innovated all along that continuum of financial technology, and that's why today we don't want the Fed to drive that, to potentially control it, to issue it, for individuals to bank at the Fed and be subject to these risks to privacy or surveillance. Let's stick with the approach of private sector solutions. We've already seen small glimpses of this possibility under the prior administration. House Financial Services Subcommittee Chair for Oversight and Investigations, Dan Muser of Pennsylvania, has been having a robust discussion about the debanking policies of the prior administration for politically disfavored industries. The capability for the government then to follow on and directly freeze or delete Americans' funds on a whim, it's not compatible with our values, with our cherished freedoms, or our way of life, or even the past approach to the evolution of payments in our country. Moreover, a government-run digital dollar would put the Federal Reserve potentially in direct competition with the private sector. Further, a CBDC would create unnecessary risks by consolidating financial power within the federal government, limiting choice and threatening the very innovation that made American financial markets the strongest in the world. For all these reasons, I'm thankful that consistently my friend, our colleague, Majority Whip Tom Emmer, has been leading the charge to prohibit the implementation of a U.S. central bank digital currency. And I thank him for the work he's done to elevate this issue in the Congress and bring this bill before us once again for a vote on this House floor. I hope all my colleagues can recognize that Article 1 determines how we issue money and how we value it, that that's a power of the Congress, and that we're not delegating it to the executive. We control that in Article 1. This bill says that you can't issue a CBDC without that specific, explicit authority and direction from the Congress. I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting Mr. Emmer's bill, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Over the last hours, we heard arguments from the other side of the aisle that the United States must prioritize innovation. The Republican crypto bills we considered will create giant loopholes in our federal financial laws that put consumers and investors at risk in the name of innovation. These bills would increase the chance of another costly financial crisis like the one in 2008 that led to trillions of dollars of wealth being wiped out in the name of innovation. So it comes as no surprise to me So if it comes as a surprise to me that the last bill we will debate would block any research, pilots, or consideration about how to digitize the U.S. dollar, it is the reason that I call H.R. 1919 the Anti-Innovation Act. Now, we've been discussing a lot about cryptocurrency. We've talked about two different acts, the Clarity Act, the Genius Act. We've talked about a lot of the intricacies of crypto. But the general public does not understand all of this because the big issuers, the big boys, literally kind of own all of the information. They're the issuers, et cetera, et cetera. It's time for the United States government to take charge. And our central bank must be involved in the study and the research so that we don't have issuing crypto or anything else without the federal government knowing and being in control. H.R. 1919 would immediately halt and prohibit the United States from any research and exploring the potential benefits of a central bank currency or CBDC. A central bank digital currency is essentially a digital version of the dollar issued by the federal government that uses crypto technology known as blockchain to record everything and everybody who owns tokens. Open it up, let's know who the big issuers are. There are two types of CBDCs, and this bill bans both of them. A retail CBDC is made available to consumers directly from the Federal Reserve or from a bank or other financial institutions. A wholesale CBDC is not available to the public, but only to the banks and other financial institutions. This bill would ban both this kind of CBDC. Now, when Republicans raise concerns about CBDCs, they're talking about retail CBDCs. But because they're so adverse to knowledge, adverse to studying things, they have no idea that their bill blocks research into other forms of digitizing the dollar that would truly cut costs for the people. For example, J.P. Morgan Chase has estimated that $100 billion could be saved in cross-border transactions every year if a wholesale CBDC is adopted. Now, earlier this week, in the Rules Committee, we heard Republicans claim that we need to weaken oversight of private crypto because doing so will help cross-border payments. So I would ask my colleagues across the aisle, why abandon any research into making the greenback ready for the future? The thing is, if this bill passes, the United States would be the only country in the world to ban any research in the world on CBDCs. What are you afraid of? Why don't you want the knowledge to be held and explained? 137 countries are racing ahead, some studying, others issuing their own CBDCs. The foreign currency markets are evolving, but Republicans want to stick their heads in the sand. Those 137 countries and currency unions represent 98% of the global GDP, and China is one of the front runners in the global race to implement a viable CBDC. And do you know why China is quickly rolling out its digital currency? It desperately wants to create an alternative to the U.S. dollar to determine the dominance of our currency. Mr. Speaker, America reaps great riches because our currency, the dollar, is the primacy currency used around the world for all sorts of trade, from sales of oil to commodities to financial contracts. One of those benefits is that when we take out a loan to buy a car, or use our credit cards, our interest rates are much lower than in other countries. Another benefit is that the United States can pressure bad actors from Iran to Russia to China by cutting off access to our financial system and the dollar using sanctions. But those same countries would love to replace the dollar with their currency or something else. One way China hopes to do this is to show that the dollar is an antiquated currency, whereas the Chinese currency is the future. It is so short-sighted to not even study how the dollar could be digitized, especially during the same week that Republicans want to let private companies create their own currency. And so it is very important for all of us to understand that if you want to be innovative, if you want innovation, you will study, you will understand, you will be able to explain. If you really want to protect the American dollar, you will not put your head in the sand. You would allow this research to go on to make sure that the American dollar stays strong, even in digital. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that I could insert in the record the Congressional Budget Office estimate for this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask our distinguished chair of our subcommittee on financial technology and digital assets and artificial intelligence, Mr. Stile of Wisconsin, to address this bill for 2.5 minutes.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I thank my friend Chairman Hill. I rise in strong support of the Anti-CBDC Surveillance Act. And I want to thank Whip Emmer for his leadership on this issue. He's actually one of the first in Congress to raise the alarm. And since then, the case has only grown stronger about the risks posed by U.S. CBDC. Mr. Speaker, the globe and the global economy is at a crossroads when it comes to digital payments. Jurisdictions around the world are upgrading their payment systems to be faster, to be cheaper, and cross-border. The payment sector is leading the way, including payment stablecoins, to enhance the payment rails. As the United States grapples with modernizing our own payment systems, we're confronted with a choice. Do we empower free market solutions that protect privacy, protect individual liberty, or do we centralize control over payments in the hands of the federal government? To me, Mr. Speaker, the choice is clear. Federal Reserve Governor Christopher Waller has repeatedly warned that a CBDC is, quote, a solution in search of a problem. Yet nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, in 2022 Executive Order on Responsible Development of Digital Assets, President Biden sought to explore a U.S. central bank digital currency, placing, quote, the highest urgency on research and development efforts into the potential design and development options of a United States CBDC. But President Trump understands a CBDC's threat to American freedoms. In his January 2025 executive order, President Trump explicitly prohibited any federal agency from issuing or advancing a CBDC without direct congressional authorization. In a free society, Mr. Speaker, financial privacy and private property rights must be protected. The American economy thrives on choice, competition, and liberty, not on coercion and control. I urge members to support this bill in preserving liberty, protecting privacy, and ensuring the United States of America is a global leader in financial innovation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California, you're recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence. He knows more about digital assets than anybody on the opposite side of the aisle.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for her confidence and her time. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1919, the so-called Anti-CBDC Surveillance Act. At the expense of U.S. global economic leadership, this misguided legislation would prevent the Federal Reserve from issuing a central bank digital currency, also known as a CBDC. Unfortunately, the facts surrounding the development of CBDC has been obscured by disinformation, conspiracy theories, and extreme political ideology. Republicans and the crypto industry have made unfounded claims that a CBDC will be used as a surveillance tool by the federal government. Let's be clear about what a CBDC is. a publicly issued digital dollar that would be regulated by the Federal Reserve, an independent Federal Reserve that would have the full faith and backing of the U.S. government. A CBDC would serve as an alternative to existing forms of payment and will have benefits including instant payment settlement, provide a medium for cross-border transactions, and foster greater financial inclusion. And Congress could require that the architecture of a central bank digital currency not have surveillance capabilities. More than 130 countries are or have been studying, or they have launched their own government-backed digital currencies, including every major world power. Meanwhile, the U.S. remains far behind amid an increasingly and blatant misinformation campaign about the features of a digital currency. Let's talk about the EU. It is widely acknowledged that the EU has one of the most stringent data protection regimes and protection laws on the planet. They have strict data protections, number one, on the GDPR. They have access, so European citizens, EU citizens have access to control of their personal data. They have the right to be forgotten, which would prevent data surveillance and surveillance of citizens. And they have strict penalties for companies that violate their personal data rights. The United States could have the same in a U.S. digital currency. There's a widening gap between the U.S. and its G7 peers, all of whom have far more advanced CBDC projects than the U.S. I'll go back to the EU. The EU is in the final stages of a pilot retail CBDC program already, so far ahead of us. They're going to capture the future if we adopt this bill. The U.S. government has always led the way in harnessing technology to promote innovation. Look at DARPA and NASA space programs, clear examples of what happens when the U.S. invests in research and development. While concerns about data privacy could be real, we have the ability to protect that data in any architecture that we adopt. It's counterintuitive that my colleagues would be raising concerns about data privacy while thousands of private companies are scooping up data every single day. Vote no on this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, the chair of our House Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr.
Absolutely. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of my friend from Minnesota, Whip Emmer's bill, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, a bill I'm proud to co-sponsor. This bill would prohibit the Federal Reserve from issuing a central bank digital currency or a CBDC to anyone. Now, I don't think the Federal Reserve has the authority to do this. In fact, a cursory, simple review of the Federal Reserve Act shows that the Federal Reserve does not have the legal authority to issue a CBDC to individuals absent explicit authorizing legislation from Congress. The Supreme Court has also recognized Congress's power to coin money and regulate the value thereof, implicitly denying to the executive branch or to the Fed the ability to do this without congressional authority. That said, I think it's prudent to explicitly deprive the Fed of the authority to do this for a variety of reasons. As has been said, Americans' financial privacy is at stake here. And we should not try to compete with China by becoming more like China. The argument for a CBDC that, oh no, Beijing is doing this, we should do it too. Why on earth would we want to imitate, emulate, or copy Beijing's surveillance state authoritarianism? And to my friend on the other side of the aisle who just made the argument, oh, we're behind. The European Central Bank is doing this. When have we in this country, the United States of America, wanted to emulate Europe? This is America. We do it the American way, not the European way, not the Chinese way, not the communist socialist way. We do it the free enterprise way. We do it the limited government way. We do it the way to honor Americans' privacy through the Genius Act, through private stable coins. That's the way we should do it. That's the way we should lead in innovation. And so, yes, personal privacy is at stake. Surveillance of Americans' individual financial transactions through a CBDC does raise serious privacy concerns. And concerns about government control and politicization of loans, online payments, credit scores, tax compliance, federal contracts, monetary policy, and the like. But in addition to these privacy concerns, a central bank digital currency would centralize Americans' finances, eroding the banking deposit base. That would decrease competition and choice. And this is a big concern that I have, that a CBDC would substantially decrease the availability of credit and increase the cost of financial services and products for consumers, destroying our conventional traditional banking system. Our banking system, in contrast to Europe, in contrast to China, is the envy of the world due to its free market principles, its dynamism, and its diversity. Banks of all different sizes serve customers, communities, businesses with all different needs, and capitalism promotes market demand, which incentivizes banks to offer products that fit the needs of their consumers at the best price possible. We don't want to eliminate that. We don't want to erode the deposit base with a CBDC. So I ask you, Mr. Speaker, would we truly want to lose the benefits of a diverse banking system that makes the U.S. the global leader in the financial system? Do we want to take actions to be more like China or Europe and decrease Americans' right to privacy? I went to the European Central Bank. I heard them lecture us about a CBDC, and it made me more convinced than ever that we don't want to be like Europe. The answer is we do not want to be like Europe. We do not want to be like the communists in Beijing. We must not disintermediate our banking system and allow for a creation of a CBDC. We must not threaten Americans' access to privacy. That's why I support this legislation and urge all my colleagues to do so as well. And if you really don't like a CBDC, to my Republican colleagues, vote for the Genius Act, which takes away all the arguments for it. I yield back.
Time's expired.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, who is also the ranking member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence.
Thank you, ma'am. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from California for this opportunity to speak, because this is one of the most ignorant things I have seen this House produce in a very, very long time. And it stuns me, frankly, that my good friends, Congressman Hill and Stile and Barr, are associating themselves with this bill. Let's be super clear about this. Nobody knows whether a CBDC is a good idea. A couple years ago, I wrote a white paper on CBDC, and I concluded that it's not clear. And the arguments for and against are being mooted today. Yes, it could be abused by an overwhelming executive. If we had a president that, for example, showed disdain for the Constitution, that was comfortable acting illegally, that wasn't comfortable with judicial rulings, it's hard for us to imagine that president, but this could be abused. It could be used for monetary policy, bad idea. It could be used for taxation, bad idea. It could also, by the way, be a trusted electronic currency for an unbanked population. It could be a way of supporting the primacy of the American dollar. I don't know. And the truth is that nobody on that side of the aisle or this side of the aisle knows either. But we're going to forbid any inquiry around this to figure out whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. We're going to say you can't even research it. Stunning definition of ignorance. Imagine if we had said electricity is scary 100 years ago. It can kill you. It's produced by burning coal, which is dangerous. So we're going to not research electricity or atomic power or the automobile. Tens of thousands of Americans die every year because of the automobile. We don't know, and the majority says, let's not learn, because they have some ideological fixation that, frankly, I don't understand. 200 years ago, the private sector, which my friends on the other side of the aisle hold up, had issued currency. It was called scrip. Companies and banks issued their own currency, and this country learned that that was a terrible idea, and that, in fact, the central bank should issue currency, which is one of the reasons we are who we are today. So you might give the CBD at least some benefit of the doubt instead of being ignorant about whether we want to know the truth. We need to stop this. We held this institution up for 2 days over a bizarre MAGA obsession, which is rooted in insanity and ignorance. Don't even find out the answer. The ranking member said that this is, like a
like a boy who is hiding from the truth. I have another metaphor. This is like a young 5-year-old who's angry and covers his eyes and ears and believes he's invisible. Imagine just my good friend Andy Barr saying, we're not like China, we're not like Europe. What if there's a sterling or
the gentleman's time has
I
expired.
yield to the gentleman an additional minute.
I thank the ranking member.
The gentleman is recognized.
For all the rah-rah patriotism, think about this. And again, I'll acknowledge that we don't know if this is a good idea or a bad idea, and we ought to find out. But let's imagine that the European Union, which Mr. Barr wants to dissociate with himself with, puts out a CBD that picks up real usage. Now all of a sudden we have a threat to the dollar because we're still handing around pieces of paper because the Republican majority said we shouldn't even research something that may or may not be a good part of a modern 21st century economy. Come on, guys. Don't go with ignorance. You're too smart for that. Don't risk putting us behind on something that could be really important to the future of the American dollar. Vote no on this ignorant bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, who is the chair of our National Security Subcommittee.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Davidson, you are recognized.
Thank you so much. Central bank digital currency poses an existential threat to Western civilization. It's essentially, at its heart, communist banking. Elizabeth Warren, Sherrod Brown, and Democrats in the Senate didn't walk around Omarova to be confirmed as a bank regulator because they were opposed to communist banking. They won it. And that's what central bank digital currency is. Our colleagues on the other side of this debate act like we need to study communism a little harder to figure out whether it works or not. We've got plenty of evidence. It doesn't work. Central bank digital currency inserts government between you and your money. The government, another word for central bank digital currency is programmable money. Well, who does the programming? The central bank. They can condition your access to your own money with whatever parameters they put in place. They can filter transactions. They can even set them to expire. And monetary policy wonks in the communist banking world think this is a feature, not a flaw. They think that they could set your access to your money to expire, that it would be a better future. Every dystopian fiction that I have found, Brave New World, 1984, says this is the future of money, that it's corrupted into a tool for surveillance, coercion, and control. And frankly, our own current banking systems crept too close to that. We need to turn the other direction. And the market's telling us that. That's why cryptocurrency was invented, frankly. That's why it's so popular and it's a growing asset class. We need to say no to this, and we need to protect what the market is telling us consumers want. And we tested this under the Biden administration. They decided that they were going to spy on your bank accounts if you had $600 in your bank. And the public said, whoa, what? Why are you spying on my bank account? And in a communist world, they say, well, if you have nothing to hide, then why should you have anything to fear? But that's not our way of life in this country. The Fourth Amendment doesn't say that. It says if you have probable cause, and only then you get a warrant. Here, you build in the surveillance into the program. And look, I get it. If all men were angels, this would never be abused, but we know they're not. We've seen massive abuse in our own country, but in Canada, we saw Trudeau, a fellow traveler on the communist Long March, want to ban people's access to their own bank accounts because they were protesting his COVID policies at trucker rallies. This is very easy to do when you have programmable money. We need to say no to this. It is an existential threat to our way of life, and ideally we would do it at every opportunity. I urge all our colleagues to vote for Mr. Emmer's bill and stop this threat to our way of life. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I worked hard in school. but the grade I'm proudest of is to be the first member of this House to get an F from the crypto industry. Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution says that it's the federal government and Congress who should coin money and determine the value thereof. But our Republican friends tell us that that means that the federal government should be stuck with 1776 technology while the competitors of the dollar race forward in the 21st century. The largest super PAC expenditures in history occurred last year. The crypto industry spent more on independent expenditures. Take a look at this. You combine all of the expenditures from big oil plus big pharma, put them together, multiply by 5, and you still don't have what the crypto industry did last year. And so it's not surprising that we hear words like freedom, innovation, choice, and competitiveness used to justify making money for the crypto bros, and now we have a bill designed to prevent freedom, innovation, choice, and competitiveness when it poses a risk to their profits. This bill not only prevents us from ever having a digital dollar, it prevents us from even studying a digital dollar. Now, I think Americans will always have banks, credit cards, debit cards, Zelle, Venmo, cash, money market funds, and pursuant to the bill that it looks like we're going to pass today, they'll have stablecoin, a privacy device specifically designed for criminals and tax evaders. And then they'll have mixers to make it impossible for even the most advanced law enforcement, even with a warrant, to find out what's happening. So they have all those choices. What's the one choice you're not allowed to have? You're not allowed to have the currency provided for in the U.S. Constitution. You're not allowed to have a digital dollar or even a study of a digital dollar. You're not allowed to, if you don't want to carry a lot of paper around, you can't have the full faith and credit of the United States. Now, we've talked about the role of the U.S. dollar and the critical role that it plays in international transactions and why that is a major economic benefit to the United States. The crypto bros occasionally tell you out loud what they're thinking, and that is they want to minimize and destroy the role of the U.S. dollar internationally. So what do they do to hobble the dollar? They say the Chinese Communist Party can have a digital yuan. The Bitcoin bros can have a digital currency. But America is limited to 1776 technology. Our banking system is the envy of the world because we innovate. This bill says no innovation. I'll ask for another minute.
I beg your pardon? I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Oh, I'm sorry, additional minute for the gentleman, Mr. Sherman.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 additional minute.
Look, you might think it's hypocritical that they tell us we have to have crypto because otherwise China will do it. Then they say we can't have a digital dollar because China is doing it. That's not inconsistent. They are consistent. Their consistent rule is you must do what makes profit for the crypto bros, including Donald Trump, and you must prevent them from facing any competition, even the competition called for by the U.S. Constitution. Today's bills in whole, all three of them, will create a payment system designed for tax evaders and criminals. It will provide for taxpayer bailouts, and it will allow the crypto industry to say we've got all this power in Congress. Crypto bailouts are not only allowed, they're guaranteed. It'll provide an avenue for foreign interests to provide hidden money. Cryptocurrency literally means hidden money, into Trump's personal pocket, and is designed to allow taxpayer money to be used to buy Bitcoin and Trump coin. And finally, it takes our freedom, and it says you can have freedom to have a digital currency only if you do it in a way that enriches the crypto bros.
Expired.
No
the
choice
gentleman's time
for Americans
has expired.
who want a digital dollar. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I want to have the pleasure to introduce the author of this important legislation and yield 4.5 minutes to the Majority Whip of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mr. Emmer of Minnesota.
Thank you, sir. The whip is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After much debate, we can now codify President Trump's effort to prevent the development of a central bank digital currency, or CBDC, and ensure that the United States digital currency policy remains in the hands of the American people and not the administrative state. I'm proud to have my legislation, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, being considered on the House floor for a vote today. This bill is straightforward. It prevents unelected Washington bureaucrats from creating a financial surveillance tool that, if not done correctly, will fundamentally alter the lives of every American. Unlike decentralized digital assets, a CBDC is a digital form of sovereign currency that is designed, issued, and monitored by the federal government. It is government-controlled, programmable money that, if designed without the privacy protections of cash, this could give the federal government the ability to surveil and restrict Americans' transactions and monitor every aspect of our daily lives. In other words, every dollar you spend, where you spend it, who you spend it with, would all be visible to and tracked by the watchful eyes of Washington. There would be no cash, no anonymity, no space for private financial decision-making. This isn't an inconceivable concept. We have already seen examples of governments developing these types of tools and using them to weaponize their financial systems against their citizens. The Chinese Communist Party employs a CBDC that is being used to monitor and restrict citizen spending. The data is being used to develop a social credit system that rewards or punishes individuals based on their spending behavior. In Canada, the former Trudeau administration demonstrated the power of federal financial surveillance and control when it froze the bank accounts of hundreds of truckers protesting the COVID vaccine mandate in 2022. Surely, this totalitarian surveillance tool would never take root in the United States. However, that assumption would be wrong. This is not a theoretical risk. It is a very real and very dangerous precedent. Under the Biden administration, financial surveillance was a core tenet of President Biden's policy agenda. In 2022, President Biden issued an executive order placing urgency on CBDC research and development. Moreover, the agency reports created under that executive order made it clear that the previous administration was eager to create a CBDC and was willing to trade Americans' right to financial privacy for a CCP-style surveillance tool. Our bill, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, prevents future administrations from weaponizing this technology against the American people while ensuring that any development of digital money reflects our American values of privacy, individual sovereignty, and free market competitiveness. If not designed to be open, permissionless, and private with a capital P, resembling cash, a government-issued CBDC is nothing more than an Orwellian surveillance tool that will be used to erode the American way of life. The federal government has no business monitoring Americans' daily financial lives. We don't need or want a state-run digital dollar with Chinese Communist Party characteristics. We need to protect the core principles that make this country exceptional: liberty, limited government, and the right to privacy. We are on the verge of the next game-changing technological evolution, and we must embrace this push for a more developed digital economy. In doing so, we cannot jeopardize who we are as Americans, and this bill is designed to ensure just that. I want to thank Chairman Hill and Chairman Stile for their tireless work and advocacy on this issue, in addition to the 135 members of Congress who have joined as co-sponsors of our legislation. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
Gentleman reserves.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from
I
California
reserve
is
the balance
recognized.
of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Do what? The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of our subcommittee on oversight, Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the chairman of our full committee, Chairman Hill, for his leadership. I do rise in support of H.R. 1919, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act, led by Whip Emmer. This bill is about defending our Constitution and protecting the privacy of the American people. The Constitution is unambiguous in Article 1, Section 8, which grants only Congress the exclusive authority to coin money, regulate the value thereof, and a foreign coin. This is a clear provision of the United States Constitution. It's a foundational element of our constitutional republic designed to keep such important authority over our nation's currency issuance within the hands of the people's representatives. A central bank digital currency would centralize unprecedented power in the federal government and could open the door to real-time surveillance of every financial transaction in America. Existing banking practices safeguard Americans' privacy. A CBDC could undo that protection overnight, creating a tool ripe for abuse. Even though the Constitution is clear, this bill restrains the Fed from even considering a central bank digital currency, reinforces Congress's constitutional authority over currency, and ensures that digital dollar reflects our founding principles. I commend Whip Emmer for his leadership, and I urge support for this very important legislation. I yield back.
Yields.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you so very much. Democrats are not the only ones who want to study CBDC. In 2021, my dear friend, Chairman Hill, worked with Representative Foster to introduce the Central Bank Digital Currency Study Act. Chairman Hill also wrote a letter to the Fed asking for information, and after the Fed agreed to do a study, he issued a statement saying, and I quote, "The Fed is finally taking actionable steps to do what we've been asking them to do for 2 years, and we're pleased to see Chairman Powell announce steps toward making a digital dollar a reality." Mr. Hill, what changed? We need more research. We need to learn more. So we need to vote no on this bill. It goes in the opposite direction from what you want and what you've been asking for. And finally, we have a chance to vote, and certainly I'm asking for a no vote, and I would hope that you would too. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Middle Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1919, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act. Among the many rights we enjoy as Americans, privacy is among the most fundamental. Establishing a central bank digital currency would not only usurp consumers' privacy and individual freedom, but it would also hinder free market innovation. Digital assets are here to stay. I agree strongly with President Trump that the United States should be a leader in this space. However, the last administration held a very different view. They wasted no time exploring ways to set up a surveillance state digital currency, managed and micromanaged by the federal government. President Trump understands the dangers of more government and more surveillance. It's why he issued an executive order prohibiting a CBDC. The vote before the House would make that ban permanent, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, today the House will vote on the Genius Act, short for Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for U.S. Stablecoins Act. The bill, which was introduced in the Senate by my friend and fellow Tennessean, Senator Bill Hagerty, provides a clear regulatory framework for the issuance of payment stablecoins. Today, this payment product is offered with little, if any, federal oversight. By establishing this regulatory clarity, this bill will drive significant demand for stablecoins. This bill will ensure issuers back stablecoins with high-quality liquid assets, a major win for the American consumer. The Genius Act includes consumer protections and enables innovators to do what they do best. It also happens to strengthen the U.S. dollar's reserve currency status. This will result in the ability to make near-instant payments anywhere in the world, which is good for consumers, it's good for companies, and it's good for Americans. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Yet again, my colleague confuses retail and wholesale CBDC. Banning wholesale CBDC is nonsensical. It has nothing to do with surveillance and everything to do with modernizing how American financial institutions and our central bank engage in intrabank cross-border transactions. This suggestion of Big Brother and monitoring is just a fabrication, a boogeyman. We must support financial innovation and not hide from the future. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to a returning member of the House Financial Services Committee, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Stutzman. 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our Financial Services Chairman for his leadership on a really important issue that's going to affect many generations ahead of us. I rise today in strong support of the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act. Our founding fathers were clear that Congress, not the executive branch, has the power to coin money and regulate its value. Yet, in 2022, the Biden administration issued an executive order that placed the highest urgency on the research and development of a central bank digital currency, a so-called digital dollar. Under the wrong circumstances, this technology could allow the federal government unfettered access into the wallets of every American, putting privacy and freedom at risk. Unfortunately, us as Americans know all too well how far some administrations are willing to go to intrude into our lives. We all saw how the Biden administration ruthlessly pressured social media platforms to silence the voices of Americans who criticized their disastrous COVID-19 policies. And we saw this same ideology taken to the extreme when Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau froze the bank accounts of Canadians who dared to protest his government during the pandemic. Now imagine if the federal government could see where we spend our hard-earned paychecks, track our charitable donations, or even cut off access to our own money if it disapproves of our beliefs. Any digital dollar must reflect our values of privacy and our First Amendment rights. This bill ensures our digital assets policy is in the hands of the American people, not the administrative state. It protects our values of privacy, individual freedom, and free market innovation by prohibiting a CBDC surveillance tool that could be wielded against the American way of life. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of this important legislation, and I thank Whip Emmer and Chairman Hill for their outstanding leadership on this important issue. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas
Thank you,
is
Mr. Speaker.
recognized.
I'd like to yield 1 minute to the great gentleman from the prettiest district outside Arkansas, the gentleman from California, Mr. Colley.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration started us down the road of adopting a central bank digital currency issued by the Federal Reserve without the consent of the American people or their representatives here in Congress. Today, we are saying no. We are not the Chinese Communist Party. We are not going to turn the central bank of the United States into a giant panopticon capable of tracking and surveilling every American citizen, keeping a watchful eye on each and every one of your financial transactions, crediting or discrediting or punishing you based on your personal behavior, restricting that behavior with the tap of a button. Nothing could be more inimical to the liberty and privacy on which American greatness depends. I am proud to be a sponsor of this critical legislation and look forward to its passage on the House floor today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve, Mr.
The gentleman reserves.
Speaker.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman, our new member from, well, including the Speaker, our new member from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell, for 1 minute, please.
The gentleman from the great state of North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. America is not a surveillance state, and under Republican leadership, it never will be, because today, this Congress has the opportunity to lay the foundation for a digital future that protects freedom and financial privacy. At the center of that effort is the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act. This bill ensures that no central bank digital currency will be created under the Federal Reserve. We've seen what that looks like in communist China, where the CCP uses it to track, monitor, and control their people. Not here, Mr. Speaker, not in the land of the free, because together with the Clarity Act and the Genius Act, we will protect Americans' financial liberty and make the United States the crypto capital of the world. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. I'd like to inquire of my friend, the ranking member, if she's prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I have no more. I'm not prepared to close at this time. Earlier, my colleagues praised our wonderful private sector, and we know now, my friends do not like studies, but I would encourage him to read the study from our biggest bank, J.P. Morgan Chase, explaining how CBDCs can save $120 billion in cross-border payments. Please read this study. Even if you don't like studies, read it anyway. Thank you very much. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized for closing remarks.
No more speakers. Thank you. I yield myself the balance of the time. The bottom line is that we fall further and further behind global economic stage with congressional Republicans' policies. We are already seeing inflation rise on consumer goods as Trump's tariffs take place. And now Republicans want to raise the cost of auto loans, credit, card fees, and mortgages for Americans by forcing the dollar to become a relic of the past. That is why I will vote no. And of course, Mr. Himes made a great argument and a great point about ignorance. And he believes that this is an ignorant bill, and it just does not speak well for the members of Congress not wanting to do research and study to determine what is in the best interest of the dollar in our country. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remainder of my time. First, I want to say thank you to the members of the House Financial Services Committee and the members of the House Agriculture Committee for all the work that they've put in on both sides of the aisle. Significant hours for multiple years, basically the last 3 Congresses, in thinking through what is the future of digital assets, how are they best regulated, what's the role of the United States government in oversight, what's the future of money in terms of the use of a blockchain. And so members in these committees have worked extensively. Likewise, over in the Energy and Commerce Committee, the idea of blockchain technology at large outside financial institutions has garnered a tremendous amount of bipartisan work. This House wants to make sure that we prepare this country for a prosperous, free, open Web3 technology as we go into seeing the benefits of writing applications on a blockchain. We'll see competition in blockchains just as we saw competition in operating systems in computing. And I think that breeds a lot of excitement. But no one can actually do that if we don't have clear rules of the road. We've spent this morning debating those rules of the road, that the Clarity Act that we debated on this House floor provides that market framework for the use of digital assets, custodying digital assets, investing in digital assets, or dealing or raising capital around them. It clearly defines what should be treated as a commodity versus what should be treated as a security. We talked about that important payment device on a blockchain for use in that marketplace that's outlined in Clarity, and that's a dollar-backed stablecoin. We want the U.S. to dominate in financial technology and payments, just as we do for the vast majority of payments around the world in dollars, and that is delivered by the bipartisan work in the Senate on the Genius Act. So I want to start by thanking those members, and I also want to recognize the incredibly hardworking staff members on the House Agriculture Committee and the House Financial Services Committee who've worked together unbelievably, capably, cooperatively, effectively over these last two Congresses, just as they did at the height of the cleanup from the financial crisis in 2008, when House Financial Services and the Ag Committee came together to write rules about the swap market. But I particularly want to thank Nick, Jack, Jackson, Lindsay, and Paul on the staff at House Ag. You did great. I want to thank Nick and Allison and our team on House Financial Services for their staff leadership. Mr. Speaker, this bill we're debating today is essential, and the ranking member seems to think that I'm interested in the subject of a central bank digital currency, and I am. And I've spent the better part of the last 5 years studying central bank digital currencies outside the United States, talking to officials inside the United States about whether that's a good idea or a bad idea. And over those years, it's not out of ignorance that I've come to the conclusion that it's a bad idea. And one of the contributing factors to me determining that I don't believe it's an idea whose time has come to supplement private sector innovation in this nation is actually Congressman Jim Himes' white paper that he shared with me years ago. I thought it was well written, and it was another indication that this was not the direction to go in. And since that time, I have visited with other central banks around the world, in Europe and other places, that make me even more certain that we should rely on private sector innovation that in turn can create the tokenized money that we've talked about all morning, but doesn't do it in a way that can surveil your work, take over your life, have the outcomes that you heard from Congressman Davidson, Congressman Emmer, about the examples of debanking that we witnessed in Canada, or the policy debanking we witnessed in the Obama administration and, to a degree, the Biden administration. So Americans have made it clear we don't want the federal government controlling how we spend, save, or send our money in our personal lives. We've witnessed firsthand the dangers when government wield that power unchecked, and you heard examples of that this morning. Americans want and deserve control over their own money, and we've tried to institutionalize that in all the work we've done in both of these committees in this digital assets innovation and reform space. We believe in self-custody. I have self-custody in the analog world of cash and investments. Why can't I have that custody, that self-control in my digital financial space? I don't understand why one can't recognize the authorities that we have on our person, constitutionally guaranteed by law, in an analog context, why we can't demand the same. So I urge my bills to join me in supporting this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman has yielded. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The third reading.
A bill to amend the Federal Reserve Act to prohibit the Federal Reserve banks from offering certain products or services directly to an individual, to prohibit the use of central bank digital currency for monetary policy and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker?
For what purpose does the gentlelady rise?
What? The yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
I'm always the guy with the answer. Is that Rule 18? Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the Rule and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4016. Will the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott, kindly take the chair?
Read this. The House is in the Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4016, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, amendments in block number 7, printed in Part A of House Report 199, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, had been disposed of. The chair understands that amendment number 48 will not be offered. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise as his designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Ms. Capter.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanking also Ranking Member McCullough and Chair Calvert. As a senior member on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, I'm deeply concerned and disappointed by this legislation. This bill was written before the Department of Defense submitted its budgetary needs for fiscal year 2026. Shamefully, the Department still has not provided Congress with a complete request. Thus, we have been brought to the floor to vote on an incomplete bill with no complete executive branch submission. This is not only out of order, it is dangerous. Their procrastination yields uncertainty for those who risk their lives in defense of this nation. America deserves better than uncertainty in a Defense Department that is missing in action. Our troops can't train on promises. Our allies can't fight with doubt. Our factories can't build American strength without steady support, and this bill fails liberty on all counts. This bill misses crucial opportunities to strengthen America's defense industrial base. Shipbuilding is backed up over 2 years. The Great Lakes region, a cornerstone of American industrial manufacturing, can play a major role in relieving that backup. But all of America is put on hold due to the DoD's damaging budget delays. We must prioritize investments that rebuild our domestic manufacturing capabilities. Our military should never have to fight with or depend on foreign sources for materials, critical minerals, or key military components. Furthermore, by cutting all funding for Ukraine, this bill dangerously ignores history at our own peril. At our founding, Patrick Henry heroically proclaimed, "Give me liberty or give me death." He knew liberty's cost and our new nation's responsibility to uphold the values that our European forebears bequeathed to us, ones that focused on representative government. Thomas Jefferson knew America does not exist alone in the globe when he wrote the words, quote, "Our laws, language, religion, politics, and manners are so deeply laid in European foundations that we shall never cease to consider their history as part of ours." And more recently, on January 20th, 1961, President John F. Kennedy, in his inaugural address, recognized America's fierce dedication to liberty when he said, "We shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, to assure the success of liberty." And then he warned those who ride the back of the tiger would end up inside it. He warned against that, and I hope our nation never goes down that lonely, dark path. In a contemporary era, on June 6, 1984, President Ronald Reagan stood in Normandy, France, commemorating the day in history when the Allied armies joined in battle to reclaim the European continent to liberty. They stood and fought against tyranny in a giant undertaking unparalleled in human history, and they did it together. Mr. Speaker, these quotes and sacrificial deeds of our forebears explain why I rise to express my deep opposition to this bill's irresponsible and short-sighted exclusion of any funding for the Ukraine Security Initiative. Throughout generations, the fundamental purpose of our nation is to guarantee liberty, to develop the kinds of relationships with our democratic allies who stand with us against tyranny in any form, and to fill our constitutional duty to provide for our nation's common defense. Common defense, the Constitution says. Ensuring that the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative is properly funded is essential to fulfilling our charge in defense of liberty on our watch. If you haven't noticed Ukraine's struggle against the spiderweb of tyranny fostered by Russia, China, Iran, Belarus, and North Korea, it is real and it is lethal. Ukraine is in a historic fight now, not of her own choosing, but for her very survival. And the poorest nation in Europe has fought back mightily against the third largest military in the world after Putin's murderous aggression that began in 2014. Russia and its spiderweb of tyranny are a threat to liberty everywhere, and Ukraine stands on the front line. If support for Ukraine is withdrawn, Russia and its allies' assault on fundamental freedoms will spread. May no one in this generation become swallowed by the tiger, and those that do not know and study history are doomed to repeat it. Proper funding in this bill will boost our domestic defense industrial base and affirm critical security and mineral alliances. It supports our NATO partners, and it is our privilege and, yes, duty to support our allies and the brave people of Ukraine by appropriating funds for the Ukraine Security Initiative. May I request an additional minute?
I have
The gentlewoman may not yield for additional time.
You have to close.
Okay. So
The
my
gentlewoman's
amendment
time
would
has
reinstate
expired.
funding for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, and at
The
the end of the
gentlewoman's
debate, I
time
will
has
insert
expired.
into the record the text of this amendment. Thank you so very much, and I thank everyone for yielding.
Hang on, don't move, don't move.
It is now in order to consider Amendment number 49, printed in Part A, House Report 119-199. It is now in order to consider Amendment 57, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge you and all our colleagues to support Amendment number 57 to the FY 2026 Department of Defense Appropriations Bill. This amendment strikes Section 8072, a misguided rider that prohibits the Navy from decommissioning littoral-class combat ships. The state of shipbuilding in the United States is nothing we would hope to have. It is broken, and this program maybe represents the pinnacle of its brokenness. The ship doesn't accomplish what it was designed for. I'm encouraged when I speak to the chairman to know that it's being put to use elsewhere, but it is not accomplishing the mission that the Navy needs it for. This provision ties the Navy's hands, forcing it to retain a deeply flawed, costly, and ineffective class of ships that undermines our national security, endangers our sailors, and wastes taxpayer dollars when we could move forward and build a ship that could accomplish the mission. President Trump's trying to take leadership over this and fix it, and this ties his hands in a way that prevents options. We should leave the Commander-in-Chief that decision. The Littoral Combat Ship Program, costing over $30 billion, with each ship priced at roughly $500 million, is a textbook example of Pentagon inefficiency and contractor-driven bloat. Designed as a light, fast, customizable vessel for near-shore warfare, the LCS has instead become a symbol of our flawed procurement system. Since its inception, the program has been plagued by persistent propulsion system failures, weapon system integration issues, hull problems, and rampant cost overruns. A 2022 GAO report exposed the LCS's shortcomings. It has not demonstrated the operational capabilities needed for its Navy mission. Operational testing revealed significant challenges, including the ship's inability to defend itself if attacked and frequent failures of mission-essential equipment on the ships. Deployments have been marred by breakdowns and setbacks, rendering these ships unreliable at best. Mr. Speaker, forcing the Navy to maintain a fleet of broken, expensive ships is simply irresponsible, and I think it's wrong to tie our Commander-in-Chief's hands. Our sailors deserve the best, most reliable vessels to defend our nation. Every dollar spent on the LCS is a dollar diverted from building a stronger, more capable fleet. Retaining these ships compromises readiness, squanders limited resources, and puts lives at risk. My amendment restores the Navy's authority to make strategic decisions about its fleet and frees up resources for platforms that actually enhance our national security. I urge our colleagues to put the safety of our sailors and the strength of our Navy first. Vote yes on Amendment 57. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does any member claim time in opposition?
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the Davidson Amendment that would decommission littoral combat ships.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Today, our nation is facing growing and real threats from adversaries around the world. China, who continues to rapidly grow their naval capacity at an alarming rate, Iran and its proxies, terrorist proxies who are threatening our allies and disrupting free trade in the Red Sea, and then finally, South American cartels and drug smugglers who harm the health and well-being of American citizens. To face these growing threats, our Navy must rise to the occasion. That means projecting strength throughout the world while bolstering our naval fleet. The LCS supports America's maritime security, sea control, and deterrence, and importantly, President Trump's agenda. Just this past April, the USS Minneapolis-St. Paul helped the U.S. Coast Guard stop 2 alleged drug smuggling operations in the Caribbean Sea. These ships assist in stopping narcotics, protecting the homeland from illicit maritime drug trafficking, and securing our border. Also, sea mines are actually responsible for more damage to U.S. naval warships than any other weapon since World War II. Although it is 10 years after originally planned, the LCS platform is now providing support for detecting, localizing, neutralizing surface, near-surface, moored, and bottom mines, helping our sailors to stay safe around the world. The Navy has emphasized the need for a mixed naval fleet in the past, consisting of both blue water and littoral combat ships that act as fast-moving surface warfare vessels. They continue to undergo upgrades to improve their lethality and survivability in littoral waters so they can intercept drug and human traffickers in the Caribbean, sweep for deadly mines, and most importantly, support U.S. naval efforts to end Houthi attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea. Our littoral combat ships have risen to the occasion to defend our homeland. They have provided the necessary backup needed to protect America's homeland and abroad. If we want our military to continue to be the best in the world, Mr. Speaker, we cannot throw away a dime to save a nickel, especially when an LCS vessel has only reached its half-life cycle. But that's exactly what this amendment could do. The decommissioning of the Navy's mixed fleet strategy, the LCS vessels, is not the answer to our budget constraints. And that's why I stand in opposition to this amendment, and I ask my colleagues to vote no on the Davidson Amendment. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut and move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the strongest opposition to this defense spending bill because once again, in the dark of night, the GOP is passing bills stripping the American people of their safety, security, and support. Last night at 3 a.m., the Senate shoved through a dangerous rescissions package that guts foreign aid and public broadcasting. And just this morning, the OMB director suggested that he was just getting started and didn't care whether or not the appropriations process proceeded as our founding fathers and the Constitution imagined it. He said it should be more partisan and that he would continue to send rescissions packages like the one that they passed on the Senate floor last night. Let us be clear. The White House and an unelected bureaucrat are trying to steal the power of the purse and to steal the power of the people. And to my colleagues across the aisle, it is happening under your watch. You are allowing it, enabling it, and giving away our constitutional authority to a corrupt and a chaotic administration while trying to pass fake bills like the one you have on this floor right now that will weaken our military readiness, abandon our allies, strip service members of tools and training and pay, that will undermine our national security and abandon our troops, and yes, make the world less safe. And so I say to my colleagues across the aisle, what are you doing? How can you abandon the American people, the Constitution, our troops, our national security? It's time to stand up and grow a backbone and vote no. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair understands that amendment number 58 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 91 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 106, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 106, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment number 106 prohibits funds for the DoD's Bioindustrial Manufacturing and Design Ecosystem, or BioMADE, that funds lab-grown meat and protein projects for the military for feeding our men and women. I know, how disgusting does that sound? With a national debt of over $37 trillion, we can't afford a little sensible appropriation bills without wasteful spending. On October 2020, press releases revealed BioMADE received $87 million in federal dollars under the Biden-Harris administration to produce lab-grown meat to reduce carbon emissions on military bases. In March of 2023, BioMADE received an additional $450 million from the ManTech program. Let me just name a few of these projects these taxpayer dollars funded. One called Potential Benefit of Superbrewed Foods Sustainable Postbiotic Protein or Warfighter Health that produces lab-grown protein in shortened recovery times and improves the concentration of service members. Another, development of a sustainable low-cost oil process for heart-healthy DoD rations or producing oil from microalgae for service members, or alternative protein bars, a lab-grown protein derived from a microbiological agent similar to fungus. Yummy. This is the food that built America? I think not. Why do Marines, sailors, soldiers, guardsmen, and coasties need to have lab-grown meat when the U.S. is full of delicious beef? In fiscal year of 2022 alone, the DoD awarded more than $369 million in the U.S. for contracts for beef, $2.3 million of which was supplied by Phoenix, Arizona. Serving lab-grown meat over domestic beef or poultry rewards the government-funded bioindustry and punishes the American cattle ranchers, who have a far smaller so-called carbon footprint than these big corporations. In 2024, Florida and Alabama banned lab-grown meat to protect farmers and the cattle industry. This year, Mississippi, Montana, and Indiana followed suit. I ask my colleagues to end this experiment on our armed forces and support my amendment number 106. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I think there may be a misunderstanding about bioindustrial manufacturing, and what it is and what it's not. Bioindustrial manufacturing is not for cultivating meat. However, bioindustrial manufacturing is critical to energetics. And what are energetics? Such as hypersonic fuels, critical chemicals for munitions and missiles, and materials that literally increase the bang for the buck. In the 1980s, the United States developed what we called CL-20, one of the most powerful non-nuclear explosion chemicals ever created, but did not produce it at scale. China, unfortunately, found our research and then scaled production, and now the Chinese and Russian arsenals have this very powerful ingredient. We cannot allow China to be the world innovation leader in any field, including bioindustrial manufacturing. We must continue tried and true practices to adopt new technologies to fortify American defense industrial base. American lethality is degraded without bioindustrial manufacturing, and meanwhile, China and Russia benefit from American research, and that's got to stop. I may make a point here. BioMade product is not a manufacturer, does not manufacture lab-grown meat. BioMade has never funded research projects for lab-grown meat, has no current research projects on lab-grown meat, and has no plans to fund projects on lab-grown meat in the future. So I think we have a misunderstanding. We need this technology for our energetics, which we use in our explosion devices very effectively. And with that, I yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member, the gentlelady from Minnesota.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Let me be clear, as the chairman was, BioMade has never funded any efforts to develop or produce lab-grown meat for any purpose. The Rules Committee should not have made this amendment in order because it's just not germane to this bill. But let me tell you a little bit more about why this is important that this amendment be defeated. By preventing funding to the Biomanufacturing Design and Ecosystem Partnership, or BioMade, this amendment would be a clear win for China. The Bipartisan National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology recently completed its comprehensive review on biotechnology's impact on national security, and it concluded China recognizes the immense military and commercial potential of biotechnology and biomanufacturing. They've made it, China's made it a strategic priority, and they're quickly starting to ascend into dominance. To preserve our lead, we must take swift action to commercialize and scale back biomanufacturing here at home. These new technologies use the power of biological cells and systems to form complete chemistry, complex issues. It'll enable us to onshore the production of critical chemicals, including those used in munitions and high-performance aviation fuel, as the chair mentioned, to develop new medical cures and treatments, and to produce them on demand near the front lines, to engineer biological sensors that could detect pathogens and chemical threats on the battlefield in real time, and then to better extract critical materials from domestic mining deposits to reduce our dependence on China for rare earth mining. And that, again, Mr. Chair, is why the National Security Commission report recommended that Congress support a network of manufacturing facilities to scale up bioindustrial production, including for defense needs. So BioMade is a private-public partnership with nearly 300 members across 37 states. Its mission is to partner with industry to enable innovators to pilot new bioindustrial products and facilities across the country that are linked to regional supply chains and agricultural feedstocks and train the future workers in this industry. To be clear, we should be accelerating BioMade's efforts, not senselessly blocking them. Last year, the Chinese government invested over $4 billion in biomanufacturing. We must take action now. We must not cede to China, and we must win the biotech competition. And for that reason, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in strongly opposing this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
How much time do I have remaining?
Gentleman has 30 seconds remaining.
I yield to the gentleman for a quick question. I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yes, I'm a little bit confused here. So I want to ask a question. If we're doing good faith advertising to the American people, because that's what our job is, tell me why we would actually say potential benefit of super brewed foods, sustainable postbiotic protein, and warfighter health. That's awfully not what you're talking about. And then we're talking about the sustainable low-cost oil process for heart-healthy DoD rations. And then the other side's moniker to go low carbon, getting rid of cattle. Now you wonder why the cattle industry has problems in understanding why you're doing this. So I accept what the gentleman said in regards to what BioMade is, but your truth in advertising fails dismally to the American public, because that's what it says here. I yield to the gentleman from
Very quickly, our interests are energetics. That goes into explosion devices, which is primarily a big part of that is the BioMade industry.
Well, I'd love to see that all the money go to that aspect, but not to these substitutes for meat. Okay?
I'm not interested in the substitute for meat.
Yeah, I am interested in substitute because I don't think our warfighters should have to have that. And I would like people to make that distinction, even if it costs me the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields. It is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 110110 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 111, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 111, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed will control 5 minutes each. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We support our great men and women in our military, and we want to fund them to have the best equipment, be afforded the best housing, the best pay, and to be treated the best among the world. But I have an amendment today that would strike $118 million of funding to overseas humanitarian disaster and civic aid programs of the Department of Defense. These accounts fund programs for humanitarian assistance in foreign countries, in other nations, for foreign peoples, humanitarian mine action programs, foreign disaster relief, for foreign countries and foreign peoples that the American people are having to pay for. And I want to remind everyone, the American people are $37 trillion in debt because of this institution and the way Congress has spent their money. Think about our own national disasters and problems that we face here at home, the American taxpayer faces. Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Milton, the Lahaina wildfires, the LA wildfires, the Texas flooding, where there are still over 100 missing people, the opioid epidemic, the fentanyl epidemic, and all over the country, people are suffering. The American people voted to put America first. And Mr. Speaker, the American people are still being put last. Right now, the average health insurance premium for a family has risen by 22% since 2018. Fentanyl still kills hundreds of people every single day in America. And more than 32,000 veterans, people who served in our military, were homeless in 2024. And there were 6,407 suicides among Americans in 2022. This is unacceptable. In our Department of Defense appropriations funding, we should be funding for our military and not paying for funding for humanitarian aid in crisis in foreign countries. America simply cannot afford it anymore. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This program is designed to assure that our allies and partners of the U.S. are supported in times of trouble. This funding provides basic humanitarian aid and essential services to the populations in need. Let's talk about what it does for America's national security. This program is an important tool for our combatant commanders who use this to assist our allies, and it builds and cements our relationships. Let me just give you a few examples. When we help our allies improve their capacity to prepare and to respond for a crisis that will take place, when we help implement the Humanitarian Mine Action Program, this provides significant training, readiness, and enhanced benefits even to our United States military. It contributes to alleviating the worldwide problem of explosive remnants of war, which includes landmines, unexploded ordnance, and small arms munitions. The program allows our military to hone their critical wartime and military civilian skills, language, culture, and foreign international defense skills. And finally, through the Foreign Disaster Relief Program, a program executed by our combatant commanders, we provide a unique assistance during natural and man-made disasters when interagency support is requested. DoD's ability to respond rapidly with extensive manpower, transportation, communication capabilities is critically important in a time of crisis. When we assist in filling in these capability gaps with our partners, when we help contain the crisis and limit the threats to regional stability by providing relief aid within hours or with even days of a disaster, each of these programs are vital to the success of our battalion commanders' relationships with their counterparts. Cutting these funds would lessen the ability of our armed forces to execute their missions. For these reasons, I oppose this amendment, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. But, Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the chairman of the committee, Mr. Calvert.
Thank the gentlelady. This amendment strikes all funding for overseas humanitarian disaster and civil aid account. The funding is used by DoD to assist during humanitarian disasters. The funding is also used when specialized DoD experience is needed, such as detection and clearance of landmines, unexploded explosive ordnance, and other explosive remnants of war, which even to this day we are cleaning up World War II remnants. The President's budget, President Trump's budget request includes just over $100 million in funding for this account. I urge a no vote on this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman has no time to reserve. Yields back. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
I would reserve my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlelady from Georgia is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the American people are $37 trillion in debt. The Department of Defense's mission statement is to deter war and ensure our nation's security. That is their mission, and that is exactly what their funding should be for. I'd like to ask, what foreign country showed up to help Americans in our need, in our time of distress, in our humanitarian crises? Which foreign country has come to clean up the hundreds of people that die every single day on the streets from fentanyl? Which foreign country showed up to defend our border as we were invaded by millions of people for the past 4 years. Which foreign country said, "Here, America, here's millions and billions of dollars to help you"? I'm going to tell you, zero. Zero foreign countries showed up. And here we are again, while the American people are enslaved by $37 trillion in debt, a debt we can never climb out of, but yet a debt that continues to rise because here in Congress, we go by this belief that we have to fund every foreign country all around the world. And I say enough. And the American people say enough. Right now, Americans can't afford their rent. Young people cannot afford to buy a home. Ask any 20-year-old, 30-year-old and ask them if they believe they will ever be a homeowner. And their answer overwhelmingly is no. Americans can't afford their bills. They can't afford car insurance, health insurance, homeowners insurance. And life does not look good in the future. But you want to know why? Inflation is high. Do you want to know why life continues to be unaffordable? Because Congress cannot rein in its America Last spending. It cannot stop, and it refuses to stop. It continues to say yes to the lobbyists for the military-industrial complex. It continues to say yes to every lobbyist that walks in this institution as congressmen and women take donations into their campaign accounts. Americans are the most generous in the world. Americans can donate through charities to foreign countries to help foreign issues and foreign people. But the American people should not be forced to write the check, and the Department of Defense should be able to focus on their mission to deter war and ensure our nation's security. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to point out again that when we do these projects together with our allied nations, it provides significant training, access, and readiness enhancement benefits to the United States military. Mr. Speaker, the question was asked on this House floor, who came to our aid? Who stood for the United States? I was here on September 11th, serving in Washington, D.C., my first term in Congress. NATO. The world came to our aid. The world came and helped us when we fought against the Taliban. And with that, Mr. Chair, I thank those nations for standing with us, and I look forward to working with them in the future in this type of partnership. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. My apologies, from the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlelady asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 112, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 112, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the House considers funding $831 billion to the Department of Defense for the funding of our great men and women in our military to defend our nation and our nation's interest, it's important to talk about the foreign aid that we are funding to foreign countries. The American people are $37 trillion in debt. $37 trillion in debt. The debt keeps rising, and the interest on our debt is at $1 trillion now per year. $1 trillion. My amendment would strike $500 million of military assistance to Taiwan. This is an increase of $100 million from fiscal year 2025 and will be used to provide a wide variety of assistance, including planes, drones, missile defense, munitions, and more. Listen to this, as we're giving an extra $100 million, making it $500 million in this Department of Defense appropriations bill, the entire defense budget of Taiwan is less than $20 billion. Our defense budget is $831 billion. It wouldn't be so high if we weren't giving foreign aid. We've given Taiwan over $2 billion in funding and munitions over the past 2 years. We've already given them $2 billion, but now we're giving them another $500 billion. Increasing foreign aid to Taiwan will only increase their reliance on the United States. And the United States should be serving the American people and stop enslaving the American people in massive debt that drives the inflation that is causing Americans to suffer, that is causing Americans to not be able to afford everyday life. The United States is $37 trillion in debt, and we can't even hardly afford our own massive military budget, let alone funding the significant portions of other countries, of foreign countries, and foreign nations, and foreign people that do not pay taxes here in America. We have so many of our own domestic problems here at home and should not be funding foreign countries, foreign aids, and quite frankly, instigating World War III with China. Before we start worrying about Taiwan's borders or Ukraine's borders or any other country's borders, we should be focusing on the continued security of our own border and deporting the criminals and terrorists and millions of people that invaded our country and are somewhere within our country after they invaded our own borders. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I greatly admire the gentlelady from Georgia's passion for ensuring support for our overseas allies, our wise use of taxpayers' dollars, but support for Taiwan must be part of that equation. Just yesterday, the Trump administration released a statement of administration policy for the defensive appropriation bill, very supportive of the bill we produced. One of the very few areas the administration expressed any slight disagreement with our bill was wanting more money for Taiwan. The administration has proposed including $1 billion, while this bill provides $500 million. Now, had OMB delivered budget materials to us in time for consideration, we would have certainly taken a look at providing what they requested, but that wasn't the case. Supporting Taiwan in the face of unrelenting Chinese aggression is absolutely in the vital interests of the United States. I want to point out that Taiwan makes 90% of the world's chips and close to 100% of the highly needed chips for artificial intelligence and high technical devices. The funding will go a long way to make sure that Taiwan has the resources necessary to help prevent a Chinese invasion. That's the position of the Trump administration, and that's the position of this bill. With that, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time. And I yield, I yield 2 minutes to the ranking member, the gentlelady from Minnesota.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I am very, very proud of my vote to vote against the President's big tax package, which added $3.4 trillion debt to our national debt over the next 10 years. But right now I'm rising in opposition to this amendment. America's strength around the world does not only stem from our military power, but our network of alliances in Europe and the Pacific that allow us to project power. Our allies support us and we support them. That means when our allies are threatened, the United States needs to be with them. That's exactly what we're doing in Ukraine, helping a sovereign nation defend itself against, defend its democracy from Russian aggression. A similar situation could easily occur in the Pacific, where Taiwan is threatened by the People's Republic of China. China has a recent history of seizing territory. Look at the invasion of Tibet in the 1950s. They've suppressed democracy in Hong Kong. And when the Chinese president speaks of reunification of Taiwan, we should believe that he will attempt it. We cannot allow that to happen. China may not stop with Taiwan. If Taiwan falls, other Pacific island nations like the Philippines would be threatened. And America is not alone in these concerns. Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand are deeply concerned about the future of Taiwan's democracy. And that's why they're working with us to deter China and to prevent invasion of Taiwan from happening. The $500 million in this bill will assist Taiwan in preparing their military, increasing their readiness and their deterrence capabilities. So I support the inclusion of the funds in this bill, and I strongly oppose this amendment. I ask my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The best way to compete with China is have a strong American economy. We shouldn't be having to fund the protection of a foreign country that is producing over 90% of our chips when we should be producing those chips right here at home. Currently, many of our rare earth minerals are tied up on federal lands, and this is a problem that is tying up the production of chips here in America. You see, America should be building our strength and resilience. Instead of an additional $500 million being given to Taiwan for their defense budget, we should be investing that $500 million into America's ability to produce chips, so that we don't have to be the world's police that go defend all these other foreign countries from China's aggression. The best way to beat China is with a strong America. But decades of America-last policies where our manufacturing jobs were sent overseas and sent to China is what made China strong. America created that problem. And America is continuing to create that problem by dependence on foreign countries for our own manufacturing. This is why rural America has been crumbling for decades, because of the economic loss of their own small towns. In America today, the cost of college tuition has increased by over 180%. That means it's unaffordable for many students, and they're laden with student loan debt. According to American Compass in 1985, 40 weeks of a typical worker's income could provide the middle-class essentials for a family of 4. But now, this requires over 62 weeks of income, exceeding the 52 weeks in a year. Life is unaffordable for Americans, Mr. Speaker. We're $37 trillion in debt. I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from California?
Yield.
Gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair,
Mr.
the noes
Speaker,
have it.
I ask for the recorded vote.
Gentlelady asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, as we're debating today the $831 billion defense appropriation bill, it's important to talk about the foreign aid that is in this bill and why it must be stopped. The American people are $37 trillion in debt, and this institution is to blame for it. You see, it's Congress and the men and women that serve in Congress that can never say no to every single lobbyist and every single foreign country that walks in their office. My amendment would strike the funding for HIV prevention education activities in foreign countries. This bill provides at least $15 million for HIV prevention educational activities undertaken in connection with the United States military training, exercises, and humanitarian assistance activities conducted primarily in African nations. My amendment would strike this provision to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not being wasted teaching African soldiers about how to have safe sex. I mean, this is an issue that should be resolved by now. The U.S. already spends a massive amount of money on HIV/AIDS, primarily through PEPFAR, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. To date, U.S. funding for PEPFAR has totaled over $120 billion. That's $120 billion that the American people do not have, that never helped them solve any of their problems. This has grown from $1.9 billion in fiscal year 2004 to $6.5 billion in fiscal year 2025. Additionally, the National Security Department of State and related programs appropriations bill released this week would provide $5.8 billion to prevent and treat HIV/AIDS globally. When the American people are $37 trillion in debt, their credit cards are maxed out. Young people in America have no hope for the future. Why are we continually paying for HIV prevention activities and education in Africa and other foreign countries? And how does this provide for the defense of our nation? It doesn't. Again, the American people are some of the most generous people in the world. They donate to charities, causes, and all types of organizations and foundations to help people. This should be a private donation out of the generousness of their heart. It shouldn't be part of our defense appropriation bill that's already $831 billion. When do we ever look at the balance sheet? When do the American people's empty pockets ever matter to Congress, Mr. Speaker? I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment. The Department of Defense works with partner militaries around the world to advance regional stability and mutual security. These foreign military forces must be healthy and functional to effectively engage with our forces and support these missions. But the HIV/AIDS epidemic has a devastating impact on many countries, including on their militaries. It reduces readiness, units deployments become limited, it saps the morale and capabilities of the infected individuals and in their communities. DoD's HIV/AIDS prevention program pairs health and security assistance to provide care and treatment in concert with military training, exercises, and humanitarian activities. This amendment would eliminate a successful military-to-military HIV/AIDS prevention, care, and treatment efforts in more than 55 countries. In doing so, it would increase the burden, the risk for American forces, weaken global security by reducing the capacity of our partners' forces. And for these reasons, I will urge defeat of this amendment. And, Mr. Chair, I would like to yield Mr. Calvert 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentlelady. The amendment strikes $15 million for HIV prevention education activities undertaken in connection with the United States military training, exercises, and humanitarian assistance activities conducted primarily in African nations. This funding supports the Defense Health Program, and those funds are credited with scaling back AIDS epidemic in Africa. This program has long enjoyed support across party lines, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is now recognized.
How much time do I have remaining, Mr. Speaker?
Gentlelady has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Defense Appropriations Bill funds $15 million for HIV prevention educational activities undertaken in connection with the United States military training exercises and humanitarian assistance activities conducted primarily in Africa, I want to talk about something that is plaguing Black Americans today. According to the Department of Education, 85% of Black students lack proficiency in mathematics and reading skills. That's appalling. That is a failure of our education system to Black Americans. But in the Department of Defense Appropriations Act, we're supposed to send $15 million to teach soldiers and teach them how to avoid getting AIDS? Isn't this already known? This has been going on for years and years and years, and we're having to pay for that. Why are the American people that are $37 trillion in debt having to pay for people in Africa, soldiers in Africa, to tell them how to avoid getting AIDS? When our own black students here in America, 85% of them lack proficiency in mathematics and reading skills, which is extremely important for their success in their adult life. Furthermore, there are entire high schools in our cities where not a single student scores proficiently on a standardized test. But the most important thing we can do is send $15 million to teach adult soldiers in Africa how to not get AIDS? This is insanity. And this is the exact America Last spending that the American people are fed up with. Mr. Speaker, at what point does sanity enter the halls of Congress? Because it hasn't been here for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment to at least save the American people $15 million or help students in America. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chair, I agree with the gentlewoman from Georgia. We need to do more for our children here at home. I fail to see how cutting the Department of Education, canceling grants, some of them in my district for special education teachers, ending the AmeriCorps help that our schools were getting with many students having someone to sit with them and help them with extra one-on-one for reading and for math to help them succeed. The cuts to SNAP. I used to teach. The last thing you want is a child with a hungry stomach in your classroom because they're more focused on what they didn't eat than learning. So, Mr. Chair, there's more we can do, and that's another reason why I'm so glad I didn't vote for the president's tax cut. But I just want to reiterate again that this mill-to-mill training builds resilience, support, and respect between the militaries. It keeps their militaries healthy, and with that, I continue to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for the recorded vote.
Gentlelady calls for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 114, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 114, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the House considers the defense appropriation bill today that costs the American people $831 billion, it's important to talk about that this is the funding for our great men and women serving in our military and our nation's defense. The Department of Defense's mission statement is to deter war and ensure our nation's security, and that is worthy of the American people's hard-earned tax dollars. However, the American people are $37 trillion in debt, so this is money that is being spent that they already don't have. My amendment would strike $500 million in funding for nuclear-armed Israel's missile defense system, and it's important to phrase it that way. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation, which is very capable of defending themselves, and they have been proving that so as we've watched on the world stage. The U.S. already provides Israel with $3.8 billion annually in foreign aid. $3.8 billion, that's a lot of money. Additionally, the April 2024 Security Supplemental included $8.7 billion for Israel. That is nuclear-armed Israel. And during the recent 12-day war, the U.S. used 15 to 20% of our terminal high-altitude area defense missiles stockpiles defending nuclear-armed Israel, which cost us over $800 million. The $500 million provided in this bill will fund Israel's, that is nuclear-armed Israel's, missile defense system, the Iron Dome, David Sling, Arrow system. Yet Israel is a nuclear-armed nation. That's a pretty big deterrent for any of their enemies. Any nation that has a nuclear bomb has the greatest threat against their enemies. U.S. aid typically accounts for 15 to 20% of Israel's defense budget, even though Israel, nuclear-armed Israel, has universal health care for their citizens and subsidized college for their citizens. They're able to provide that. However, here in America, we're $37 trillion in debt. My amendment to strike $500 million in foreign aid will ensure an America First Department of Defense, and that is exactly what we need and we haven't had for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purposes, gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
The gentlelady's amendment would strike $500 million in funding for the vital Israeli missile defense capability. Over the past 2 years, Israel repeatedly has been attacked by Iran and its terrorist proxy groups, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. Each time, these groups have vowed to destroy the state of Israel. The United States have affirmed our resolve to stand with Israel by helping defend against the recent missile raids launched by Iran against Israel's civilian population. The success of Israel's robust missile defense capability is in part because these funds were provided in this bill and prior bills. Furthermore, this funding benefits our own missile defense industrial base as it provides for co-production activities and shared technology development. It's certainly to our mutual advantage. With that, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Oh, would yield 90 seconds to the ranking member and gentlelady from Minnesota.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. To be clear, I have disagreements with Prime Minister Netanyahu's government. Israel totally had the right to defend itself after the heinous attacks on October 7th, and all the hostages should come home. But the Israeli military campaign has been an absolute tragedy for the people of Palestine. The people of Gaza are in desperate need of more humanitarian relief, which I strongly support. But the funding in this bill does not support offensive weapons for Israel. That's funding in a separate appropriations bill. This bill provides for defensive measures only, like Iron Dome, which I support. Safety is what everyone in the region deserves. Israeli children deserve to go to bed at night knowing that missiles from Yemen, Iran, or from the Houthis or anywhere else in the region will not rain down on them. And Palestinian children deserve to go to bed at night knowing that their schools, their hospitals, and their homes will not be bombed. And that's what we all need to work towards, peace. I urge the defeat of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation, and they're less than $400 billion in debt. They are quite a thriving and successful nation. Their economy is strong. They're doing a great job for their people. However, the United States, the American citizens, are $37 trillion in debt. Yet we're continuing to send hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign aid constantly to foreign countries. This has to end at some point. Our problems here at home for Americans and the American taxpayer that are paying for all of this have gotten too large. And I also want to point out that Israel bombed a Catholic church in Gaza, and that an entire population is being wiped out as they continue their aggressive war in Gaza. Now, we are heartfelt about the October 7th tragedy, that when people were killed, innocent people were killed. However, at some point, the United States needs to recognize that Israel is a strong country. They are nuclear armed, and they are capable of defeating their own enemies. It's right to stop funding this, as we give them $3.8 billion every single year anyways. Mr. Speaker, I ask for support for my amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield 60 seconds to the gentleman from Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this America Last amendment and reject the premise of the arguments that are being made. There are 600,000 Americans who live in Israel, and one rocket has been fired against every 23 of them. 26,000 rockets since October 7th. 43 Americans killed on October 7th, 12 taken hostage. But more importantly, the research that this fund is the premise behind the Golden Dome. When we support research and development for the Iron Dome, we are creating the capability for the United States to defend itself as well. And I have news. We have a nuclear weapon, too. That doesn't get you off the hook with those who are out to get you. When we pass this, when we oppose this amendment, when we vote it down, we are not only standing with Israel, we are standing with the best interests of the United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields.
Yield back to balance my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlelady asked for a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 16. Further proceedings on the amendment. Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. Thank you. It is now in order to consider amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we are considering the defense appropriations bill that cost the American people $831 billion, it is important to consider the amount of foreign funding that we are spending every single year. The American people are $37 trillion in debt. Life in America has become unaffordable, especially for our youngest generations. This amendment would strike $500 million in military assistance to Jordan. This bill provides up to $500 million in military assistance to support the armed forces of Jordan. However, our Department of Defense mission statement is to deter war and ensure our nation's security. My amendment would strike this provision to ensure that our defense appropriation bill funds only our military, not foreign militaries. Why does our Department of Defense appropriations bill continue to pay for other countries' militaries? Furthermore, the National Security, Department of State, and Related Programs Appropriations Bill released this week already provides for an additional $1.65 billion in aid to Jordan. So why are we giving them another $500 million in our appropriations bill for our Department of Defense? Congress has appropriated between $1.5 billion and $1.65 billion in economic and military aid annually to Jordan since 2018. Annually. We're already sending them billions and billions and billions of dollars as the American people continue to tumble further and further and further in a graveyard of debt. $37 trillion is a debt that we don't think we'll ever be able to claw our way out of. However, it's this institution and the irresponsible continued spending year after year after year that continues to enslave the American people in debt. At what point do our military bases in the Middle East and around the world make our country safer? In America today, there are still hundreds of the American people dying every single day from fentanyl that has come from China, and the cartels create into press pills and other drugs and smuggle into our country. It's time to put the American people first, Mr. Speaker, and it's time to finally consider the drastic amount of spending that we spend every single year in foreign aid. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman, for what purposes, gentleman from California?
I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Jordan remains an indispensable ally in an extremely dangerous region. Our partnership with the Kingdom of Jordan is critical both to the regional and U.S. and national security. We must continue to ensure Jordan can counter extremist terrorist threats, have the resources necessary to continue their role as the linchpin in the region. With that, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time. With that, I yield 90 seconds to the ranking member and the gentlelady from Minnesota.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment. Jordan's a longstanding, reliable ally in the region, as the chair pointed out. And when there is any type of incident in the region, our national security officials, from CENTCOM generals to diplomats, first contact that they make is to get the temperature of the region from their Jordan counterparts. The United States and Jordan have, since 1996, a status of force agreements and a 2006 acquisition and cross-service training agreement and a 2021 defense cooperation agreement. This is a 30-year stability built relationship in the Middle East with an Arab partner, and we need to nurture and maintain it. We've deployed military personnel to Jordan to support operations that defeated ISIS, to enhance Jordan's security, and to promote regional stability. Jordan air bases have been particularly important for U.S. to conduct intelligence, surveillance, and target acquisition, and reconnaissance missions in Syria and Iraq. Just 2 weeks ago, our U.S. Central Commander traveled to Jordan, where he met with the chairman of the Jordan Joint Chief of Staff and key staff. They discussed the evolving security situation in the region, the deepening bilateral defense relationship between the United States and Jordan, and further expand in the military-to-military relationship between Jordan's armed forces and ours. This partnership continues to serve as a steadfast, capable, strategic partner for peace and stability in the region, and we need strong allies. Jordan's been and continues to be one of our strongest, and for this reason, I oppose this amendment. I ask my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the American people $37 trillion in debt, and we are weighing whether we should send another $500 million to Jordan after they have already received $1.65 billion in another appropriations request, and they receive already another $1.65 billion every single year from the American taxpayer who can hardly afford to pay their bills. Let's talk about America's veterans. You know, for the past several decades, we have men and women in our country, great men and women, who served in our military, but yet were shipped over to some foreign war in the Middle East. That didn't defend America's border. Our border continued to be overrun by foreign people from all over the world. But they were sent over there to fight for our freedoms, and you know what they came home with? They came home with physical injuries that they have to live with the rest of their life, and they came home with PTSD and mental injuries that they live with for the rest of their life. And unfortunately, they have a suicide rate of over 22 a day. Over 6,400 veterans committed suicide in 2022, and 32,000 veterans were homeless in 2024. Yet the debate is about sending another $500 million for the defense of Jordan, and that's a country I guarantee you most Americans can't even find on a map. But most Americans have a veteran in their family or their friends that suffers every single day from this country's continued pursuit of foreign wars and funding foreign wars. Mr. Speaker, enough of the foreign aid and foreign wars and funding for the security of foreign borders that have nothing to do with our own borders and our own American people and the $37 trillion in debt that's killing us. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from California. Gentleman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for the recorded vote.
Gentlelady asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, as we're considering the Department of Defense appropriations of 2025 that is going to cost the American people $831 billion, my amendment would be that none of the funds made available in this act may be used for the assistance to the Ukraine war. This is a war that has nothing to do with America. Ukraine is not a NATO member nation, and it is not the American people's responsibility to pay for this war, and it's not the American military's responsibility to fund it. My amendment would ensure that no further resources will be sent to Ukraine. To date, Congress has provided nearly $175 billion in assistance to Ukraine, including direct military aid, funding for their government, and other forms of economic assistance. For the past 4 years, we had a Democrat president that cared more about the borders of Ukraine than the country he swore to protect, the United States of America. They allowed our own country to be invaded by murderers, rapists, and terrorists, all while sending nearly $175 billion to defend the borders of Ukraine and fund their entire economy. Our country funded their government at $1 billion a month, and the American people were forced to pay for their businesses. At a time when our government shut down American-owned businesses, families could not afford groceries, and our people were suffering. It was reported that nightlife in Ukraine was thriving, and that there were more bars and restaurants open in the capital city, Kyiv, than before the start of the war. Yet the American people, they couldn't send their children to school, their businesses were shut down, and life here was closed, but the American people were paying for Ukraine. It was shameful that Americans were forced to foot the bill of the Ukrainian economy while ours suffered. Furthermore, Ukraine is one of the most corrupt governments in the world, and Zelensky is a dictator who, by the way, stopped elections in his country because of this war. He's jailed journalists, he's canceled his elections, controlled state media, and persecuted Christians. The American people should not be forced to continue to pay for another foreign war in a country that has no effect on our own and we are not contractually bound to defend. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentlewoman from, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
First, the majority has already eliminated funding for Ukraine security assistance initiative in this bill. It's zero. I personally believe that to be a huge mistake, and that only emboldens Putin. And President Trump seems to be agreeing now, because just the other day he announced the decision to provide billions of dollars of equipment to Ukraine through our NATO partners. And I give the credit to the president for that decision. But now we have an amendment to further prohibit any support of Ukraine as they fight to defend their country from an illegal Russian invasion. Putin is attempting to rewrite the map of Europe through use of force. He's doing so in violation of international law. He's deliberately killing civilians, targeting hospitals, schools, destroying the economy and the livelihood of Ukraine in the process. And Putin has put his thugs who are committing war crimes on a mass scale in the United States and the democratic nations of the world. Well, they're putting us on notice, and that's why we must strongly oppose him. If we do not, then he or other authoritarian leaders will likely try something like this again, either in Ukraine or elsewhere in the world. America is not alone in our military support of Ukraine. Our NATO and European allies are continuing to provide billions of dollars to support themselves, and that's in line with the decision that President Trump announced the other day. So let's not abandon the EU or our NATO allies now, and let's not abandon Ukraine. The Ukrainian people did not ask for this war. They deserve our continued support. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. And, Madam Chair, I'd like to yield 60 seconds to the gentleman from California.
From California is recognized for 60 seconds.
I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. Sadly, we saw for years how the Biden administration failed to provide Ukraine the resources necessary to fight back in an effective way against Russian aggression. Just the other day, President Trump took decisive action to provide weapons to Ukraine to defend against these unprovoked attacks. The President is right to support efforts to ensure innocent lives are no longer lost. He is right to undertake efforts to stop the bloodshed. As he continues to work toward a peaceful solution, we should not now remove the ability to provide what he thinks will help the Ukrainian people to prevent further losses and use as leverage to negotiate a peace agreement, hopefully very soon. With that, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay, the gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Mrs. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Democrats used to be the anti-war party, yet every single Democrat voted to fund the war in Ukraine. This funding has been approximately $175 billion of the American people's hard-earned tax dollars, yet the American people are in debt by $37 trillion in debt. It's said that the Ukrainian people didn't ask for that war. Well, the American people didn't ask for this debt. And the American people are not obligated to defend every single country around the world. At what point do we defend our own citizens and their ability to actually be able to afford life in America? As our debt continues to climb because Congress refuses to stop spending on America's last priorities and refuses to stop spending on foreign aid and foreign wars, the American people will have no chance. Now that our border is closed, thank God to Tom Homan and ICE and President Trump and his administration, we are conducting the largest deportation operations our country has ever seen. And we must continue to put America first and continue to address the needs of our own people within our own homeland. This means no more assistance to Ukraine. The only assistance that America should be providing is a pathway to peace, not furthering a war. That is not what the American people want. That is not what the American people voted for. Americans deserve to not have their hard-earned tax dollars fund a bloody and deadly war in Ukraine. We need peace, and we need peace all over the world. This is an unwinnable war in which Americans are footing the bill, and it's resulted in mass casualties in both nations. Americans don't want to pay for murder. Rough estimates show that over 1.5 million people have been killed and injured since the start of this war. A Ukrainian assessment earlier in 2024 placed Ukrainian troop losses at 80,000 killed and 400,000 wounded. Estimates from June of this year show that approximately 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed or wounded. These are people's sons. These are people's brothers, their cousins, their husbands. And an entire generation of Ukrainian men are being wiped out, and so are Russian men. This isn't something the American people should pay for. Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I just want to stress to the body, and I believe this is a huge mistake, but the majority has already eliminated any funding for Ukraine security assistance initiative in this bill. So the amendment accomplishes not cutting any funding. But I would like to just point out again, Madam Chair, when I talked about international war crimes and the previous speaker was talking about, the loss of life in Ukraine, there are 20,000 Ukrainian children who have been kidnapped by Russia, ripped from their homes, the arms of their mothers and fathers. That's a war crime, and we should not be silent on that. And with that, I thank President Trump for now realizing it's important that we come to Ukraine's aid through our NATO partners, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in favor say no. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Speaker.
For purpose, does gentlewoman rise?
I ask for the recorded vote.
Okay, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. Whose amendment was it? It is now in order to consider amendment number 159, printed in Part A of House Report 119199. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 159, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Mr. Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to speak in support of amendment number 159 to provide funding for the purchase of heavy dump trucks, or HDTs, for the active Army, the Army National Guard, and the Army Reserve. While much of the focus of our FY26 defense appropriations bill is on weapons and on other defense materials, the tools that our military use to ensure that the infrastructure is in place to support our service members are just as critical to our nation's success. HDTs are necessary for the construction and the maintenance of supply routes, airfields, helipads, and logistical facilities in both combat and non-combat zones. Currently, our military is forced to rely on an outdated and an unreliable fleet of trucks. Upgrading these vehicles will provide our service members with up-to-date safety features such as blindside detection, collision avoidance, and anti-lock brakes that are common in most modern vehicles. Additionally, modernization of the fleet will also accommodate armored ballistic cabs, vitally critical for protecting our warfighters. Not only will this amendment ensure that our service members can utilize modern technology when the building of the infrastructure that our warfighters rely on, but also puts millions of dollars into local economies throughout our country. Communities across the United States, from my home state of Pennsylvania to Minnesota, play a vital role in supporting the HDT industrial base. And this amendment will continue to support the hardworking Americans who build these trucks. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to ensure that our service members have the most up-to-date technology to support our war fighters. Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Does anyone seek time in opposition? Seeing none.
Madam Chair, to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, for as much time as he might consume.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise to support this amendment by my colleague from Pennsylvania, which increases funding by $30 million for the procurement of the Army's heavy-duty trucks and offsets it with a $30 million reduction to future tactical unmanned aircraft system development. While that development remains important, The Army's heavy-duty trucks are critical to current operational needs. These trucks are manufactured by companies like Mack Defense in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I've had the opportunity to tour that facility and see firsthand how this facility provides well-paying jobs in our community, at the same time reinforcing the strength of our nation's defense industrial base. This amendment delivers the tactical vehicles our troops rely on that are built by a critical manufacturer right in the Lehigh Valley. I'm proud to co-sponsor this amendment and urge my colleagues to join me in supporting its passage. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time. Do you yield back?
I yield back.
Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 221, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Ms. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 221, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Mrs. Miller Meeks of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. America's war fighters rely on more than courage and training. They rely on an uninterrupted supply of expertly manufactured weapons, parts, and ammunition. That lifeline begins with our Army arsenals. My amendment to the Department of Defense Appropriations Act protects that lifeline by prohibiting any federal funds from being used to reduce the workforce at Rock Island Arsenal, Joint Munitions Command, Army Sustainment Command, or any other active U.S. Army arsenal. Rock Island Arsenal is more than just a military installation. It's a critical node in our nation's defense infrastructure. Its civilian experts, many of them veterans, produce, repair, and innovate the equipment our troops depend on, from the front lines to the forward operating bases. Every rifle sight calibrated, every artillery shell inspected, and every 3D printed replacement part shipped from Rock Island shortens the time between a soldier's need and the answer that keeps that soldier alive. When rumors surfaced of workforce reductions at the island, I wrote to Secretary of the Army Driscoll, made a site visit with him, and spoke directly with the men and women whose skills cannot be replicated overnight. This amendment cements their mission readiness. It prevents talent loss, preserves irreplaceable know-how, and keeps our defense industrial base resilient against any adversary who hopes to see it weakened. In addition to being a pillar of our national defense, Rock Island Arsenal supports more than 15,000 jobs. Nearly half of those workers live in Iowa. It also contributes over $1.2 billion annually to the economy of the Quad City regions. These are good-paying jobs that support families, grow our communities, and most importantly, provide the backbone of our military supply chain. As a 24-year Army veteran, I know how vital these arsenals are, not just to the military, but to the nation. This is about protecting readiness, protecting our military, and protecting America. And with the assurance of the chair that he will work with me to ensure that this amendment does what we intend it to do and continue to supply our military with the munitions they need, I will always fight for Rock Island Arsenal and the men and women in uniform and out who power its mission and protect our nation. And with the hope of the chairman, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman for what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Just to state from the gentlelady that certainly look forward to working with her as we move forward with this legislation to make sure that we have the right type of language that would not.
Gentleman claim time in opposition.
I'll claim time in opposition, but not the intent of the
without objection.
But what I'm going to do is work with the gentlelady as we move forward on this legislation to make sure that we don't have any unintended consequences in the language. And so we'll do that as we move this legislation forward, and I appreciate the gentlelady withdrawing the amendment.
Does the gentleman yield back his time?
I yield back my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized.
With the assurance that the chairman and I will work together, I withdraw the amendment and I yield.
She's withdrawing. The amendment has been withdrawn. Tennessee. It is now in order to consider amendment number 248, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. It is now in order to consider amendment number 277, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 277, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is our duty to afford the American people the assurance that their tax dollars are spent fulfilling the needs of the American people, not funneled to terrorist proxies who threaten our very existence. My amendment would ensure not a single taxpayer dollar would be sent to the Lebanese armed forces, a military force riddled with Hezbollah sympathizers, and acts as yet another proxy of the Iranian terror regime. To say that Hezbollah and its allies do not have any control over the Lebanese state is just categorically false. Hezbollah and other terror groups that operate freely throughout the country have launched countless attacks upon our ally Israel. In the past year alone, Hezbollah has indiscriminately launched nearly 2,000 missiles into Israeli territory, attempting to replicate the horrific atrocities that occurred on October 7th. Yet the Lebanese military has consistently failed to take any substantive action to eliminate Hezbollah from its control over the Lebanese state. Not only does Hezbollah and its allies control dozens of seats in Lebanon's parliament, but they literally sit at the helm of the military force that the American taxpayer has been propping up since 2006. As a matter of fact, Nabi Berri, the Speaker of the Lebanese parliament, is a Hezbollah sympathizer himself. As the head of the Amal movement, his group joined Hezbollah in their war against Israel and launched attacks upon the IDF. Like Hezbollah, Amal is just another proxy of the Iranian terror regime. Why should we trust the Lebanese government that our assistance to their military won't be funneled to terrorism when their own Speaker of Parliament is a terrorist supporter himself? While the Lebanese military alleges willingness to disband and disarm Hezbollah, their actions prove otherwise. The Lebanese military is conveniently absent in Hezbollah strongholds and is far too reluctant to take any meaningful action to eliminate Hezbollah once and for all. That's why I introduced legislation provided for an 8-point plan to condition aid to the Lebanese military, including provisions that would disband Hezbollah, eliminate all coordination with and support from the Iranian regime, and end persecution of American citizens who've advocated against Hezbollah's influence over the government of Lebanon. This bill, the PAGER Act, offers a clear roadmap to strategically realign the Lebanese government to no longer threaten the United States or allies and interests in the Middle East. In fact, a significant portion of Lebanon's military expenditures don't even go towards its defense. Over 70% of its budget has consistently allocated for personal salaries and excessive benefits, including domestic servants and drivers for high-ranking officers. American taxpayers expect their hard-earned tax dollars to be spent on American interests, not armed Mercedes and other luxury goods for Lebanese generals. This really should be a bipartisan issue. But where are the Democrats complaining about Lebanon's human rights atrocities? The Democrats were silent when the Lebanese military shot protesters, silent when they forcibly repatriated Syrian refugees, and silent when the Lebanese military failed to prevent Hezbollah from indiscriminately targeting our ally, Israel. Yet they tell us to turn a blind eye and let the Lebanese military abuse the generosity of the American taxpayer. We cannot, in good conscience, continue sending U.S. taxpayer dollars to Lebanon when they are complicit in the empowering a terrorist organization whose primary mission is to destroy America and Israel. Money is fungible, and every dollar funneled to Lebanon is another resource aiding Hezbollah's operations, undermining regional stability, and threatening Israeli security. Until they finally eliminate Hezbollah and stop reporting to their handlers in Tehran, any more funds to the Lebanese military are simply unjustified. I encourage my colleagues to recognize this pressing danger that exists within the Lebanese military and vote for my amendment. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield time to my colleague from Illinois first.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise in strong opposition to this misguided amendment. The longstanding U.S. military investment for the independent Lebanese Armed Forces, also known as the LAF, has worked to support U.S. security interests in the Middle East for close to 20 years. As co-chair of the U.S.-Lebanon Friendship Caucus and a member of the House Intelligence Committee, I work closely with the brave men and women in the U.S. military who work alongside the LAF to ensure robust oversight of U.S. military funding and training resources. The stability of the LAF is important not only to the security of Lebanon, but also our neighboring countries and the United States. That stability is more important than ever, as the LAF works to permanently disarm and destroy Hezbollah's presence in Lebanon, building on the tremendous success of Israel in weakening Iran and eliminating Hezbollah's terrorist leader network. Hezbollah is now at its weakest point. This is a tremendous opportunity for the LAF and for the people of Lebanon to root out terror proxy influence from within their borders. The LAF has an active mission and expectation from the United States and others to fully disarm Hezbollah, and they're working to accomplish that every day. Eliminating military funding from the LAF now will only serve to further embolden Hezbollah and allow them to regroup. This cannot happen with Hezbollah on their back foot. U.S. support and funding for the LAF is more important than ever. This amendment is misguided. To prove that point, I would like to reference an article from earlier this week, from July 12th of 2025. This week, the Trump administration and the State Department and the DOD approved $100 million to go to the LAF for the Super Tucano aircraft. And so in listening to what the State Department said regarding the sale of military equipment to Lebanon, this is their statement. The proposed sale will support the foreign policy and national security of the United States by improving the security of our partner country, Lebanon. That continues to be an important force for political stability and economic progress in the Middle East. And I would like to insert this article dated July 12th of 2025 for the record, which shows that the current Trump administration supports military funding to the LAF. I oppose this misguided amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman's request will be covered by general leave.
I reserve.
And gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I inquire how much time I have remaining?
A minute and a half remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized. 2.5 minutes remaining.
I'm prepared to close.
Okay, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, the gentleman from Florida is entitled to his opinion. It's an opinion he's brought to us not once, but multiple times. Each time this body has voted down on a broad bipartisan basis this amendment. There's a reason for that, Madam Chair. It has been voted down repeatedly because, in fact, it is misguided and it relies on facts that simply aren't facts. I don't know about the author of this bill, where he got it, but I can tell you this. I've stood in Lebanon with our special forces who are training and working on a constant basis with the LAF. I have stood in Lebanon and seen the destruction of Hezbollah caches, massive amounts. But more than that, I've met with our ally Israel, and in conversation with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, I asked him, should we continue to give money to the LAF? His answer was short: give them more. So, Madam Chair, whether it's King Abdullah of Jordan, who has been passing on necessary vehicles to help them do their job better, or Israel, that created the opportunity for them to retake all of Lebanon and rid it of the Iranian influence and Hezbollah once and for all, or even our president, his predecessor, Joe Biden, his predecessor, Donald Trump, his predecessor, Barack Obama, or his predecessor, George W. Bush. They don't agree on much. They agree on this. It has been worth the investment. It is paying dividend, and you do not let up just at a point when they are clearing out and making safe for a democracy that, in fact, would work there but for foreign forces with weapons. So, Madam Chair, this has been defeated before, but before we didn't have the good news and the support of every neighbor and our president the way we do today. So I ask all members to vote against this, not because they can't make a point that Lebanon is a country that has been influenced, but because they can't make a point that the LAF is anything but the only force that can, in fact, bring an eradication of Hezbollah and keep Iran from reoccupying that, something that Israel supports and we support. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a headline from 2 days ago. Israeli military attacks Hezbollah sites in eastern Lebanon. The Israeli military on Tuesday said it attacked Hezbollah positions in Lebanon. Fighter jets targeted military sites in the eastern Bekaa Valley, which the Iranian-backed militia used for training purposes. This is a Yahoo News report that I would ask inserted for the record. Here's another one 2 days ago. 12 said killed as Israeli hits elite Hezbollah force deep inside Lebanon. Israeli jets carried out a wave of airstrikes deep inside Lebanon aimed at stopping elite Hezbollah units from regrouping and rebuilding. The military camps that were targeted are used by the Hezbollah terror organization for training and preparing terrorists for the planning and execution of terror operations against IDF forces and the State of Israel. We should put America first, not Lebanon first and America last. I yield back.
The gentleman's requests are covered by general leave, and the gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Yes. It is now in order to consider amendment number 287, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 287, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to offer an amendment, offer and withdraw my amendment 287 to provide $71 million for non-recurring engineering expenses associated with designing the new LC-130J as part of the LC-130 recapitalization project. LC-130s are polar ski planes that possess the unique capability of being able to land on snow instead of solely on a paved runway. The LC-130 is the only plane in the world with this capability and provides the United States with a key competitive edge in the Arctic and Antarctic domains. The LC-130 fleet is wholly operated by the 109th Airlift Wing of the New York Air National Guard at Stratton National Guard Base in Scotia, New York. Beyond its national security importance in supporting our Arctic strategy, the LC-130 fleet is also critical in supporting our nation's scientific research efforts. Each year, the current LC-130 fleet assists in critical missions in both Greenland and Antarctica pursuant to President Ronald Reagan's Presidential Memorandum 6646. However, our current LC-130H fleet is aging quickly, with some planes over 50 years old. Despite the great work of the 109th Airlift Wing in maintaining these planes, we must quickly recapitalize these planes to ensure the U.S. does not lose the critical capabilities provided by the LC-130 fleet. Before I conclude, I want to thank Bob Epp and Dennis Feeney from the New York National Guard's legislative team, General Stephen Slosik from the 109th Airlift Wing, General Michael Bank, the New York Air National Guard Commander, and General Ray Shields, the New York Adjunct General, for their tireless efforts in advocating alongside with me for the LC-130 recapitalization. Last year, with the help of these individuals and Chairman Calvert, we were able to secure $29 million in the FY25 CR spend plan for the Department of Defense for these non-recurring engineering expenses. Rest assured, I will continue fighting to secure the additional funding in the final FY26 defense bill. Before I withdraw this amendment, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Calvert, I ask you to commit to working with me on the continued LC-130 recapitalization project, as you have so graciously in the past, and I yield my time to you.
I look forward to working with the gentlelady. We need a place, we need those aircraft to land them in Greenland.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A mission of our president, of course. I want to say thank you, and I withdraw this amendment and yield back my time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman yields. Seeing no other member seeking recognition, the amendment is withdrawn. It is now in order to consider amendment number 293, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 293, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Speaker, my amendment would prohibit the Department of Defense from creating, procuring, or displaying any map which depicts Taiwan as a part of the territory of the People's Republic of China. The House approved a similar amendment as part of the State Department Appropriations Bill last Congress, and today's amendment would simply extend this policy to the Department of Defense. This is not a controversial amendment, since all of us know that Taiwan is not, nor has it ever been, part of Communist China, even for a single day. The people of Taiwan elect their own leaders, deploy their own armed forces, conduct their own foreign policy, and maintain their own trade agreements with other countries. By every measure, Taiwan is a sovereign, democratic, and independent nation, and any claims to the contrary are simply false. Since the 1970s, America's so-called One China policy has acknowledged Beijing's unsubstantiated claims over Taiwan. This is an antiquated and dishonest policy, and it is one that we should abandon. While my amendment will not end that misguided policy, it will at least require that the maps that we use reflect a simple reality. China is China, Taiwan is Taiwan. I ask for a yes vote on my Honest Maps amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I raise an opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I understand why the gentleman from Wisconsin is offering this, and I don't agree with the spirit in which it's being offered. But the Department of Defense and the administration of this Congress and myself, I've been pretty clear on my opposition of the unwelcome assertions of China's control over Taiwan. As a former social studies teacher, geography was part of what I would teach. I would never use in my classroom display a map showing rightly that China is in possession of Taiwan. But let me take the teaching just one step farther. This amendment would prevent the Department of Defense from buying or displaying a map that shows how China views itself in the world, how China is putting out mis- and disinformation on what they think the world should look like according to them. It would force the department, in my opinion, to put its head in the sand when at the military academies showing China's view of the world and why we have to work so hard to defeat that. So I hope we can all agree it's important to know what our allies and our adversaries are thinking, that we have adults at our military academies that can sort out the difference and see the differences in the maps. And as a geography teacher and a person who used to use maps, that is my only opposition to the gentleman's amendment. I know what he's getting at. I don't disagree with it, but sometimes you have to have what your enemy and how they view the world and what they're showing the world in juxtaposition for how we view the world and how Taiwan needs to remain independent. Congress and the Department should focus our time and energy on being clear about China with respect for international boundaries and rule of law. So I just, as a geography teacher, I had to say something. And with that, I'm just going to yield back. I thank the chair.
The gentlelady yields back her time, and the gentleman from California is recognized. Oh, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
You're going to yield me time.
I will yield the chairman.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I certainly rise in support of the amendment. The amendment prohibits the expenditure of funds to create, procure, or display any map that depicts Taiwan as part of the territory of the People's Republic of China. Let's be clear. Taiwan is not a part of the People's Republic of China. We should not appease the desires of the Communist Chinese leadership by pretending that it is. Our map should accurately reflect this reality. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields, and the gentleman from
I
Wisconsin reserves his time. He's the only one that controls time.
I would like to yield 1 minute to my friend from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Taiwan's a great friend of the United States, and it's a unique friend to Arizona. The CCP uses every tool it can, including maps, to undermine truth and assert illegitimate claims over sovereign territory. Congress should not fund anything that supports the CCP's disinformation efforts, and now is the time for strategic clarity with rising bellicosity coming from the CCP. We cannot allow for authoritarian regimes to dictate how our government communicates facts, and if we truly stand for freedom, sovereignty, and truth, then we must also stand with Taiwan, and this is one way to do so, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time, and the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I'll just close by saying I appreciate the consistency by the gentle lady from Minnesota, because she said the same thing a couple years ago. But this body was excluded back in 1979 when the One China policy was implemented by President Carter, and it's up to this body to make sure it claims its rightful place in foreign policy when we have an issue like this before us. And she talks about the spirit of this amendment. I would say this amendment is issued in the spirit of freedom. And that is all that Taiwan is looking for, is to defend its freedom, and it should be able to do it. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. That underline really helps. Thanks. The chair understands that amendment number 303 will not be offered. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Right now. Madam Chairwoman.
Madam Speaker, the Committee on the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4016, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4016 and has come to no resolution thereon. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: passage of H.R. 3633, passage of Senate 1582, and passage of H.R. 1919. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 3633, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 134, H.R. 3633, a bill to provide for a system of regulation of the offer and sale of digital commodities by the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
The ayes are 294 and the nays are 134. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business and the vote on passage of Senate 1582, on which the yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1582, an act to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The ayes are 308 and the nays are 122. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid to the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 1919, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 66, H.R. 1919, a bill to amend the Federal Reserve Act to prohibit the Federal Reserve banks from offering certain products or services directly to an individual, to prohibit the use of central bank digital currency for monetary policy and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 219 and the nays are 210. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.